morning. My name is Tiffany Charlie, and Touch Nation Karen Bachchin, Senator Chanela, and the Public Information Officer for the Navajo Nation Human Rights Commission.
And your legal advisor or counsel.
Good morning, Judith DeWorkin from the law firm of Sachs Tierney, and I represent the nomination in this matter.
Good morning. I'm Mike Bilecki. I'm a political consultant, and I assist the Navajo Nation.
Thank you. And so if I could, I'll try to summarize. But first, thank you for joining us. We appreciate you traveling the distance to be before us. Unfortunately, as you were informed, the agenda does not allow for public comment. Physically, we do accept comments via electronic mechanisms and so. But I know that you have submitted on numerous occasions your concerns and your position regarding the congressional and legislative districts. And so a couple of things that I think I want to note is, one, thank you for the map that was submitted the other day. We did receive it, and we did log it into our system. We've had a couple discussions on it, but maybe first and foremost, what I should say is that we're still in the process of trying to determine the final draft maps, and so today is our 5th day of discussion and deliberation on both maps, and so the plan is to come up with an approved draft district so that we can get out for a 30-day public hearing, and so there's plenty of time to provide additional comments. But I think for my colleagues here, a couple of things that I'm hearing is that the Navajo Nation has requested the commission to consider a 10% deviation when it comes to the population count, and I think the commission has heard that. We did see your map, and we did overlay that with what we heard from other communities of interest in the area, and so we acknowledge that. I think there's been a lot of discussion also about the other tribes in particular legislative district, proposed district number 6, the other tribes and their interests and their desires. And I believe we heard from Hopi, we've heard from Wallapai, and they are of the position of wanting to be in the same district as the Navajo Nation. I think there's some concern about the White Mountain Apache tribe. I don't recall hearing from them in particular, but there's been discussion about their willingness to be included in the district or not, and that goes also to the San Carlos Apache tribe. And so I'm hoping that the other tribes in this state will submit their comments and what they feel is in their best interest for congressional and legislative districts. And so, I'll conclude here that thank you. And also, I should also acknowledge that there is also a memorandum submitted from the Navajo Nation's legal counsel regarding Navajo redistricting deviation. And so I think this speaks to the deviation issue, and so I think all the members here have received it. And so I just want to acknowledge to the Navajo Nation representatives that we do have all the information. We're in the process of deliberating, and so my apologies again for not giving you the time to speak, but there will be opportunities coming up. We have 30 days of public hearing and public comment, and so we hope that we'll hear from you again. You're invited to join us here. We're going to try to do everything possible to get out to the state and get up to the Navajo area. And so with that, Madam Chair, I'll stop there. But thank you for joining us, and we will continue with the agenda. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Watchman, and thank you again for, coming and attending, and we're deeply sorry that there just isn't this agenda item. I open it up for additional thoughts, comments from my colleagues regarding the public comment we've received since yesterday.
I just want to say thank you, first of all, again, to the public. Thank you for your attending today as well. To representatives from the Navajo Nation. We're getting a lot of public comments now where we can, at least from my perspective, I can recognize people are becoming very concerned about the direction the maps are taking. So as Vice Chair Watchman just indicated, we still do have quite a ways to go. We have a lot of public comment periods to do. We're working on draft maps, and so I want to emphasize that piece. I have looked at a lot of the very specific comments that you have from the public, and we will certainly take those into consideration as we do with every comment that comes across. So thank you.
The comments are certainly robust, and now because of the process, we're able to see more specific comments. So I think especially once we approve whatever draft maps we approve, there will be really significant public input, and it will be able to be way more specific because you'll be looking at maps to work from. So I thank those who are following us closely.
This is Commissioner York. I'd like to acknowledge the fact that our process has been very transparent, and the public's ability to see our daily activities and listen to us as well as comment on the fly is a tad overwhelming, but I also think it's been a real benefit for the citizens of Arizona. To the fact, to point to our guests this morning, responded basically to our behavior yesterday as we discussed a map that was submitted and made a gallant effort to get down here and present their opinions and ideas to help us make better decisions for the future. And so I think we have a lot of things to be proud of as we work on our process. One of the issues we have is that communities of interest tend to create dense populations of like-minded folks. And so sometimes that's not always in the best interest of our constitutional efforts. And so just please bear with us. We're working our butts off to do a good job, and we really appreciate the feedback.
Very well said by all. We're working in good faith. Thank you, everybody, for your public comments. These are draft maps. The commissioners are learning constantly. The public is learning constantly, and we will have a robust review period and further, intense deliberations. So let's be patient as a state and keep up the collegial dialogue and real debate that's going on. I think we're really a wonderful example in the country. If there are no other comments on public comments, I'm going to turn it over to our mapping team. Agenda item number 5, draft map decision discussion. I believe we are going to start with congressional map drawing first. I suggest that we begin by reviewing the options and then making a decision on a starting point.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Our Spanish interpreter's here.
I apologize. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Brenda Lopez. I'm a Spanish interpreter. If my services are needed, I'll be right here. Mi nombre es Brenda Lopez. Soy intérprete de español. Si necesita de mis servicios, estaré aquí. Gracias.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we received the legislative maps earlier than we did the congressional. Last night? Is there any way to review those first? Because the congressional, we didn't get to look at all of them till pretty late. Just asking if that's possible.
I had heard a request for congressional first, but let's put it up for a vote, an informal vote on whatever the majority wants.
I don't have an opinion.
Let's do legislative if you don't mind mapping. I know that we making you pivot a little bit here.
Good morning. Up on the screen now, legislative maps. We have 6.0, 6.1, 6.2, which we previewed at the end of yesterday, and we will re-go back over today. And then you can see LD 6.3 in the yellow box. That was the citizen submission that we turned into 6.3. So it's there as the yellow because there will not be an audit log for that. We did generate, though, demographics and competitive data for it. That way the public knows why it is yellow. You want to bring up 6.0? So the major goals of 6.0 was, one, to develop a base that we could use to make the two different changes down in the Tucson area, but also to incorporate the changes in the Maricopa County area. This was built off of LD 5.1. The city of Tempe boundary was used as a district boundary, and the city of Guadalupe was united into one district. The Phoenix Airport was moved into District 11. Yep, there we go. So the first change for the city of Tempe and the city of Guadalupe, you can see that is now, city of Tempe is in the pink district, which is District 8. And city of Guadalupe is now in District 11, including taking the Sky Harbor Airport section. The other thing that happened is we united the communities along the eastern border of the Gila River Indian Reservation. The map is balanced, and it is missing no population. And there was nothing that we couldn't do with this map. So we use that as a base to build LD 6.1.
You also made some changes. You pulled D4 down to Thomas Road, if I remember correctly.
D4 down Thomas Road.
Because I think it was before it was, but maybe not. I mean, I just thought that we incorporated the Arizona Country Club community also.
Yes, you're right. We did bring D4 down to Thomas Road. Any other changes you got there? All right, why don't you go ahead and bring up 6.1?
Can I ask a question? To refresh my memory. Doug, I know we looked at rotating 9 and 10 per Commissioner Warner's request. Was there, I can't remember why we didn't do that.
Right. In the end, where we left that was to not ripple through 15, and so the only change we made was within the population deviation. So District 8 does move into Mesa a little bit over to the freeway, but so the very western tip of Mesa is that vertical piece in District 8, but outside that we didn't rotate it additionally. We're happy to if you wish.
Well, that was a request from yesterday, was to make that effort to rotate those as part of it without taking all of the, keeping the light rail piece. I mean, we can take a look at it today again, but we did request that.
Okay, my apologies if we misunderstood. I thought at the end of the conversation we'd gone back to just that deviation mix. If there's an interest in rotating them, well, we can come back after we introduce the other maps.
Yeah, we could, I think once, as we get to looking and once we select which one, we can come back. Thank you, Commissioner York, for reminding us of that.
Okay, so 6.1 builds off of 6.0, and the changes are down in the greater Tucson area. And here in the map, Marana moves into the aqua color District 16, and Oro Valley, Catalina, and Saddlebrook will move into the orange District 17 that neighbors 16. The southern tip of D17 is going to move into D19. D18 pushes farther north into D17 and the south into D19 for population balancing. And D20 pushes east into District 18 for balancing. And that was the major change to show what it would look like to have Marana moved into District 16 and Oro Valley moved in Saddlebrook to move into District 17. The maps balance all the populations assigned. There's nothing that we could not do with those requests. And this is one request down in the Tucson area we got, and 6.2 is the other request that we got in the same area. So again, this was built off the 6.0 map, and the only changes were in the Tucson area. And the main goal for here was to unite the communities of Red Rock, Saddlebrook, Saddlebrook Ranch, Oro Valley, and Marana into one singular legislative district. Scroll up a little bit. So you can see District 17 now has the cities of Marana, Oro Valley, Saddlebrook, and it got the Saddlebrook Ranch portion into District 17. District 16 moved west into Yuma to incorporate that change. And if you can move over to Yuma, zoom into, yep. You can see at the end of the meeting we mentioned uniting the Fort Yuma Indian Reservation, and we have done that into District 23. So you can see there's now a small north section over there. And then District 18 in the Tucson area moved more east into Tucson more. The one thing that we were not able to do was to keep all of the communities of interest of Catalina Foothills into Oro Valley. We had to split it at Casa Adobes for population balancing. Scroll up a little bit. So you can see District 20 does cut in a little bit to District 17 at that area. I mean, with that, those are the three legislative district maps that we have for you. That we do have 6.3, if you want to bring up 6.3. Legislative District 6.3 was a citizen submission that you asked for us to present as 6.3. I believe the comments yesterday was talking about looking at the Tucson districts, but that's all the information that I have for you on this.
Okay. Let's open it up for conversation about a starting point, and I ask my colleagues to let's discuss all first before making a motion, please. And I'd like you to speak not just to the very specific changes, but also speak to why you think that starting point fits in with a broader vision for the map. I mean, today, as we're putting all of these pieces together, we want to make sure that we're trying to deliver a whole product that maximizes, again, as many of the 6 constitutional criteria as possible and as many of the communities of interest. So let's talk how your recommendation fits with that broad state vision.
As well as I know Southern Arizona, I've struggled with how these districts properly should be drawn. And all 3 presentations, and the 2 official ones and the citizen one, are all create very similarly competitive districts. And indeed, with their District 17 in any configuration is a dead heat district or slightly dim. The map I like the least is the 6.1 that divides Marana and Oro Valley. And you've heard me for many days speaking to the importance of combining Marana and Oro Valley, so I'm at least consistent. And so I really would prefer us not to be going with 6.1 whatsoever. And I have, there's a lot of public opinion in Marana that they want to be with Oro Valley and vice versa. They're incredibly similar communities. So of the three, I would favor the citizen one for Southern Arizona. It was laid on top of an older map for the north, so I'm not suggesting any changes to the north from that map. But for 16 District 16 on down, I favor that map. And one of the key things that it accomplishes is to greatly improve District 20 and make it a more solidly majority-minority, because that was one of the more marginal districts that needs to be a majority-minority district. And the Hispanic percentage at 6.2 is only around 34, 35%, and it goes up to 47, 48% in the citizen map. So that is actually a significant benefit of that map. And I like how Marana and Oro Valley are combined. It combines the outskirts of the eastern, unincorporated area of eastern Pima County that are really similar in character and makeup and in attitude towards legislative issues with Marana and Oro Valley. So I would speak in favor of the Southern Arizona portion of that citizen map combined with the other northern maps.
It's almost become, which is why I smile whenever if Commissioner Meal goes first, or he smiles when I go first, because it's almost ironic that I favor 6.1 as part of it. And I know Commissioner Meal has been very consistent on the Marana, but we have seen comments both ways on where Marana should go. I'm all in favor of making sure that Oro Valley, Casas Adobes, all of those communities are drawn together, and I think there's certainly, movement there, but I see that, and I am certainly not a Tucson person and would never speak to that. But I do see those connections. And every time we've tried to put Marana in, I feel like it could potentially alienate others. I see Marana and Red Rock, that connection, that whole I-10 corridor as part of that, I see as a tighter connection. I understand that, and as Commissioner Meal has said, he's been very consistent. I certainly acknowledge that. My preference for 6.1 is I think it provides us with some good balance overall in terms of what's there. While it doesn't get us all the way there in terms of where we want to go, I see that there's some really potential for some of the communities. Looking both in the south as well, I like in terms of the way the layout is, I feel they're more compact, the districts, overall around the state. With 6.1. I think there's room for improvement. There certainly would be room to make some modifications of the kind that Commissioner Meal is looking at. In terms of some of the other reasons, LD 16 in the other maps, 6.0 and 6.2, goes across 3 counties. And so that combines a number of different communities. Part of why I like 6.1 is because I'm hopeful that we can start to condense some of these as well. To some extent, I find the configuration, and I'm just speaking to 6.1 here, because that's the one I tend to feel is a good starting point, knowing that we're going to make changes. I feel that it actually provides us with some opportunities to make some changes and acknowledges some of the connections for folks, placing the Gila River Indian community connected with Casa Grande as they've requested, and some of the communities in the south, they actually have requested to be in District 16 as they are in this one. So I just feel that, and in Maricopa County, I feel that other than that piece that we talked about earlier, which is the same in all of the districts for D8, for D9 and 10, I feel it acknowledges a lot of where we're at today. So for me, 6.1 would be a good starting point for our discussions today versus, and I could go into more detail on why the other ones are not, but I guess I just wanted to start with why I felt that that one would be more effective.
As an added point on 6.3, I do have great respect for Southern Arizona Leadership Council and that business community, and they really prefer that configuration and feel like it will give them better representation for Southern Arizona. I think we've all gotten a copy of the letter from Ted Maxwell. So that to me is also very influential, and again, that's the map that I would want to support.
So could I speak to that submission? I was very, I'm grateful for we have 106 at least submissions right now. It probably is above that. I may not have double checked. And I think we need to be looking at all of those submissions. They all have good ideas. Well, I don't want to say all, but many of them will have good ideas. That submission we gave, because of Commissioner Meal's relationship with that, I was fully supportive of having us take a closer look at it, but I would be uncomfortable supporting it. We received it at the end of the day yesterday. It does create some partisan shifts. I'm more than happy to consider it in our discussions today. I would not support at all having us adopt that particular map as part of it, especially since we are not doing that with other publicly submitted maps at this point. I would encourage us, and I will say that I have not been as good as I should have been in keeping up with the maps that have come in the last week and a half or so, because we've been so focused on what we've been doing here. I plan to use our next few days when we don't have meetings to look at those maps more closely, but that really concerns me, to take one publicly submitted map, make those adjustments, and then consider adopting it. I'm open, of course, to looking at their recommendations and considering what they've had to say.
I greatly respect Commissioner Lerner, but I just think you're wrong on this point. From day one, we've said we're going to be welcoming citizen input maps, and any one of the 5 commissioners is welcome to review whatever maps and suggest to the commission anything they would like. And I did this yesterday with plenty of notice so we could all review it last night. But I like this map, and I think it has some real positives, and I don't think it's out of place at all for me to propose this as a direction to go.
Any other feedback from commissioners who have not yet shared their thoughts?
This is Vice Chair Watchman. With regard to 6.3, if I can liken that to the Navajo Nation concept, I threw it out as an idea, with the thought that we can discuss it. And so, but, if I guess my thought is that if we're going to follow what Commissioner Meal is thinking with regard to 6.3, then, I'd like to have the Navajo Nation proposal submitted as another option to consider, so that we can all, discuss all submissions. And so, but that could lead to many, many, many maps with everybody's submission. And so I guess we have to figure out how to, put forth the stopping point. I don't support 6.3. I think map number 6.1 offers more competitiveness. It reflects, I believe, as a whole in the state, all the state's communities of interest. And of course, from the perspective of the tribes, I think it puts the tribes in areas where it improves their ability to select their candidate of choice. And so we're grouping the northern tribes in the District 6 area and the southern tribes roughly in the District 23 area. and then you got a couple of tribes in District 30. But I think this map is, again, a good starting point, and obviously we're going to make changes to that. Thank you.
Commissioner York, do you want to make a comment before I respond?
Well, I did like in the 6.3 version how District 20 became a very strong minority-majority district. I did not like in 6.2 how I thought it was clever that we took the I-8 corridor, but I also feel that Western Arizona doesn't have a lot to do with Northern Tucson and that part of the state. And so I was not in favor of 6.2. I'd probably have to go with my colleague and support 6.3 at this point.
I'd like to just make a clarification. What I'm suggesting on 6.3 is that you're only making the changes in 6.3 shown from District 16 South. We would go back to 6.1 for everything north of District 16. So there's no changes to the Navajo Nation, no changes to anything in Maricopa County. That was overlaid on an older map, so the proposal that I would make would be to adopt the Southern Arizona changes from District 16 South and of 6.3, and then everything north of that, the 6.1 map.
That's exactly actually where I was headed, meaning that, so I'd like to share that overall, because I'm asking us to think holistically, I found 6.1 more comprehensive. It was more competitive. I like the balance in the northern half of the state better. I don't want us to get bogged down arguing over a starting point when we can adjust either map to our liking. So if there are things in the Tucson area, the southern part of the state, that we want to adjust off of 6.1, that certainly remains, an option. Any other final thoughts on this before we take a vote? Well, we have to entertain a motion on a map to use as a starting point today.
Madam Chair, I will move that we begin with map 6.1 as a starting point, legislative map 6.1 as a starting point.
Sure. Can you explain what?
Can we go into executive session and discuss the legal issue, please?
Yes, is there a particular statute or rationale that I?
To discuss the legislative district maps and the three that are under proposal. We just want to make sure, from a legal standpoint, you're all aware of the different versions.
Okay.
It's a legal procedural matter. It's not a substantive matter as to the maps itself.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session to seek legal advice on these legislative maps.
So you need to rescind.
Well, mine wasn't seconded, so it's probably okay, right? Do I need to rescind my motion?
It wasn't seconded, no.
Okay.
I move that the commission goes into executive session.
Vice Chair seconds.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will move into executive session to seek legal advice on the legislative districts. All right, if I could ask everybody to please reconvene. Are we back connected to public session? Okay. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We went into executive session to discuss a procedural issue related to the legislative map 6.3, and because of a procedural challenge in the order in which maps were approved, we are no longer considering 6.3. And so with that, I turn it over back to mapping. I believe you have some data to share with us on the viable options.
Madam Chair?
What?
So are we going to, I guess, delete that from the public record too that we have on the system?
No, that is a publicly submitted map. It's for consideration, and
Well,
should the
I mean, as the map consideration for 6.3, I'm just, procedurally, is that, yes, this is there for the record, but do we still show it as 6.3 if we're not going to consider it?
Oh, no, we are no, are you asking if the mapping is going to eliminate it from the website?
No,
from our
so the
link?
citizen submitted plan is available on the website and in the system.
Well, but
the IRC
we don't assign a number to all the citizen submitted maps, and so we did for this one, 6.3.
Right.
So what I'm saying is that the right approach procedurally? Do we put it and note it that it's in the record, but it's no longer 6.3 on our system here?
Well, I think what we're saying is it's no longer a viable option for us. I think the question is, do we need to physically eliminate it from, the draft map that we have online?
Correct.
So Commissioner Watchman and Madam Chair, is the question, because obviously this map can exist on the system as a citizen submitted map, which I think it already did, and then it was converted to 6.3 per the request of Commissioner Meal. So is the question, do we need to delete the latter, which is the 6.3 piece, Commissioner Watchman?
That's my question, yes.
Yeah, I don't believe it's necessary, given that it's a commissioner's request to see it. So if any of the commissioners, I think, made a request to see a specific map.
But we didn't, if I could, we didn't approve it. We all kind of agreed, and so.
Right, these are all.
Right.
Right, so you didn't approve it, so it would basically end there in sort of that chart that Timmons presents to you. But similarly, if any of the commissioners requested to see something the next go around and Timmons created that map,
Well,
that would be
I guess
whatever.
for the public, though, if it's a map that we can't consider at this point, so 6.3, we should change the label of it, and it's available publicly, because, the public's going to take the assumption that, if they get enough support, that every map that they submit can be assigned a number, and I don't think want to go in that direction, so.
If it would make Vice Chair Watchman feel better, I'm happy to have it deleted off of the 6.0 tree, and it's still up there as citizen maps,
Yes.
or a map, whatever. That's fine.
I would
with me.
like that, thank you, Commissioner Meal.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
just to confirm, that's allowable, certainly. I think the question was whether it was required, but if the commissioners want to do that, that's certainly something you can do.
Got
Yes.
it, thank you.
It sounds like, is that something we would need to vote on? There are other iterations of maps that are not commission approved, that are on the sequence of map developing. So just because there's a map there with a number does not mean that that's an approved commission map. That's very important for the public to understand.
Yes.
But no vote? Okay, so for the mapping team, let's, get rid of 6.3, given that it's not relevant, and we still have the submission from the citizen for the public if they'd like to look at that map, and for our benefit as well.
So to be clear, I'll remove it from the flow of how the grid map is now version 6, and then I'll remove this section of text from the draft map screen. But the source plan can still be found as LD0033.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to briefly, we won't take time to go through all the spreadsheets, but just to summarize the key numbers that we're tracking on the Voting Rights Act and competitiveness front, just for the Commission's information for the public that hasn't had a chance to look at it yet. In 6.0 and 6.1 on the voting rights side, they both have 6 districts that are effective Latino seats up by both measures, the Attorney General's race and the governor's race, and a 7th district that's effective on the Latino tracking by just the Attorney General's number. So 6 or 7, depending on which you're looking at for Latino seats. And of course, both have the 58% Native American district that's common to all these maps. 6.2, the only difference is that 7th district, which is actually the Pinalda-Yuma seat, moves from being effective just on the Attorney General's race to the Attorney General and the Governor's race. That's the only change amongst the 3 maps you're considering today is whether that 7th seat performs on both measures or just one. And then on the competitiveness front, they're all close. 6.0 and 6.2 have 5 that fall in our 7% range. 6.1 has 6. And then there's a couple seats just outside the range in all the maps. And as Brian showed, we have all the spreadsheets if you want to look at the details, but I wanted to, in the interest of time, just briefly summarize that.
With that information, does any of my colleagues want to offer up a motion for a map to support as a starting point for deliberation today?
I'd like to propose 6.1 as a starting point, legislative map 6.1 as a starting point for our deliberations today.
I will second that motion.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, we are starting with 6.1 for the legislative map. At this point, I'm going to suggest or entertain a motion to go into executive session to seek additional legal counsel as it relates to VRA compliance and polarization.
I so move.
Do I have a second?
This is Commissioner Lerner, second.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we'll go into executive session for the purpose of obtaining legal advice pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A.3. Okay. Welcome back, everybody. The commission was just in executive session. We are still on agenda item number 5. We are obtaining legal advice as it relates to our responsibility to honor the VRA. We discussed, data provided by Timmons as it relates to district performance, polarization, the requirements that must be considered when we're redistricting majority-minority districts. And so with that, we can dive back into our deliberative process. We have voted to approve 6.1, and we can open it up for directions from my commissioners to mapping, unless mapping has anything they'd like to specifically ask first. Okay.
Nope, I think we're open to direction.
And if you could pull up 6.1.
I would like to suggest that we take the lines drawn in the citizen map 003, whatever that name was, for districts 16, 17, and south, and make those changes wholesale into the 6.1 map. And actually, I'll make that as a motion because I think we're going to need to either vote this up or down. The Mayor of Marana and a number of other public officials have sent a letter this morning strongly supporting that map. So we have the business community and certainly the people in Marana and Oro Valley, and some people in Oro Valley strongly supporting that map. I do think it improves, as we said before, District 20 significantly as both a community of interest for 20. It makes it a more compact, better district, and it also makes it a stronger minority district as we're looking at those. So I think for a variety of reasons, and it still keeps Southern Arizona very competitive. And it is just a good change to make, and therefore I propose it.
I don't know that we need a motion on that. I think we should take a look at how that fits together in this new, in a new iteration of that. It's hard to, there's a couple of districts where I would like to see the impact once it's implemented, but I have no problem at all with trying to put those in there and then taking a look at some of the data once it's been incorporated.
I think what Commissioner Meal is getting at is challenging us to give specific direction to mapping so that we don't have so many different options that we receive, competing maps again that, don't help us get to the end goal. So if there are fundamental conceptual differences with this idea, now is the time to debate it.
Commissioner Lerner, we do have the data. So we've all seen the summary data. So I don't think there's anything new we're going to learn, and that's why I think we should either go yay or nay on this. And I'm hoping it's a yay.
Well, I have a
and
couple.
I'm hoping you vote for it.
Yes. I have a couple, and I'll ask you those questions because, as your knowledge, if we do that change for District 19, what happens to District 19? The District 19, and I guess I'd have to pull up 6.3. The Summer Haven communities, those more rural Mount Lemon, Summer Haven, do those stay in the new District 19 that you've proposed? I guess I should pull up.
Yeah, 19 doesn't change much. I think the western edge of 19 into Tucson changes slightly, but it's not a big change.
If you can just give me a moment, I'm going to pull up 6.3 so I can see.
6.3 is currently showing on the screen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure. This is a question for legal. Can we actually vote on a motion that's not a map? I mean, do we vote conceptually on an idea to give direction?
It goes to locking. If you want to lock that area, that's what the concept will be.
And that's why I'm not sure that we need to vote on it, but I'm accepting and supporting Commissioner Meal's
But council, we'd be locking in a conceptual idea. We wouldn't be locking in a boundary because mapping needs to go and make the change and present it to us. Oh, you're saying just literally take that exact thing, but we don't know the ripple effects, do we?
Yeah, it fits up, it doesn't change any of the boundaries north of 16. It doesn't change, it doesn't change 7, it doesn't change anything it uses the border of the 6-1 map already approved for 16 and 7, so there's no other changes to the map.
Okay, but you'd be asking to lock something in where we're not locking in anything else with the rest of the map, just.
Well, I'm actually not locking it in forever, no, but just doing, I don't want them to go through all the work to then have us say we don't want it. I think we know enough. I'm really looking, do we have a consensus to direct them this way? And if we do, it's worth their time to do it. And if we don't, it's not worth their time to do it.
Agree. I would like us to be able to give clear direction to mapping. What I'm getting at is I don't think we need an explicit motion to lock something in now as a serious, decision, and we haven't done that yet. But again, we are at, a crossroads here, and we should make decisions. And so conceptually, I would love to have the commission give clear guidance to the mapping team about our approach to this.
So I did misspeak earlier. There is no 6.3. This is citizen submission LD0033. And if a motion is going to be made, or if specific districts are going to be called out for this specific submission, we just ask that the exact districts, district or districts are clarified so that we know what districts to merge into LD 6.1.
Let me ask a timing question as well. Will you have the time today to make these changes and come back to us today in the latter part of the afternoon for us to look at the map and vote? Because I think Commissioner Lerner's wanting, to visibly see it, and if we give you clear direction and flesh out the rest of the map, can we get that final product and then do yay or nay?
I think we'd have a final product on this before the end of the day.
And I'm sorry, I'm having a lot of trouble finding it in the lists. Can you direct me where to look for it?
It's towards the end.
No, it's up in the Congressional area.
Well, which group, under shared plans, where do I look?
So Brian can judge it. Are you looking in the interactive viewer where you can overlay the different maps?
No, I just am looking under shared is it in the draft map development, draft map?
So I unshared 6.3 from the public and from the commissioners, but if you go into the submitted plans, you can locate it.
That's what
LD 303, right?
Which one?
Who's it? I keep going and looking. I know I'm probably just.
I don't know, I'm still, I have left the other one. You told us it was going to be called LD 003.
303 is what
303. I still have the, I'd never shut it down from before, so I still have it up.
So the one that's highlighted in the submitted plans page in the redistricting system is Saguaro Maps 002 by note to Anna as the owner. And if you were to look at it in the published plan viewer outside of the redistricting system, you can search LD 0033 and it would show up for you to be able to add it to the map.
And to clarify my proposed direction, I guess it's not a motion, but my proposed direction, it would be to make changes to districts 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 23. So 16 to 23, except 22, pursuant to what's shown in these maps, and to the extent that there is any boundary issues for you to resolve them. I mean, I don't know for sure that, I don't think there are, but beyond that, but if there are, use your creativity one more time and resolve them.
Yeah. If I may, so this map, just to kind of orient folks, I talked previously about the challenge of Marana and Oro Valley being where does District 16 go? And so this one puts the two together and actually brings 16
Around.
below them into
Yeah.
Tucson. The one question I have for you is, there is a small change on the border of 17 and 7. So this does, instead of stopping at Saddlebrook and Saddlebrook Ranch, it actually goes up and picks up Mammoth and San Manuel into District 17. So since that's the only piece that's outside of the circle we're looking at, I just want to confirm whether you want us to include that piece as well or leave that.
Whichever way population balancing works better there. I don't have a strong opinion as to which way those communities go.
So, and I'm not as familiar with this. Conceptually, I have no problem. I understand what you're trying to accomplish, Commissioner Meal, with this. I have a question for you on, I'm looking at District 17, which I think is the main thing you're recommending here. Is that correct? Because that pulls in Marana with Oro Valley. I'm just looking at the concern about it going around 18. And it basically goes around the Catalina Mountains. It becomes quite a big district as part of that. So I'm wondering if there's something we could do.
But population-wise, it's not a big district, and it just has a big mountain as part of it. But it combines it with an eastern suburban community that has very similar interests and has asked to be combined with them. We have significant testimony on that, actually. And frankly, it's just hard to make any of this work, and it's the best solution I've seen.
Well, all I was wondering was if there's something we could do between 17 and 18 to that Tanque Verde part that's going in there on whether or not, because right now somebody in that district is going to be driving quite a distance and all around 18. Is there anything, and I'm asking you that question.
Compared to some of District 2 or 23 or a number of other districts, I don't think it's a big issue.
There's some big ones out there for sure. But I'm
yeah.
just wondering, because we're making a really big one here where it isn't that big a one at this point. And so that's why I'm asking about that particular, on what happens from our previous map to what happens to District 17 here.
I would encourage us to do this, and then we're going to, and have it as part of our final draft map, hopefully.
Okay.
And then we're going to get plenty of public testimony, and this will get flushed out with a lot of people's opinions, and I suspect we might even have people submit alternatives that you might want to look at. But I think this is a good map to work from for Southern Arizona to go out to the public with a draft map ultimately, and get real feedback.
I concur with Commissioner Meal. I think that it respects communities of interest to the greatest extent possible in that area, and it's still reasonably compact. And I'm comfortable giving mapping direction to start here and bring back the map to us.
It's fine, we can start with that, and as Commissioner Meal said, we might make adjustments at a later time, once we've heard public comment.
Well, and it makes 20 much more compliant for where we're headed with some of the minority, majority ideas we're working on, and so that's a benefit. The way I see District 17, Shireen, is that outskirt backside of Mount Lemmon and up into Oro Valley are very kind of like-mindedness in rural communities to the greater Tucson urban community. I mean, I don't know a lot about Southern Arizona, but that's how I see it, because if you follow the borderline of 18, in a sense, it basically runs along the top of the foothills.
You know what, at this point, I'm going to go ahead, for the sake of keeping us moving forward, to accept that piece, knowing that there'll probably be some adjustments as we hear from communities or others, because there are some other things that strike me as a little bit concerning in terms of communities of interest, but I'd say let's see how this all fits together at this point, so we can move forward with that.
Madam Chair, before we do that, could we overlay the tribal reservations for these districts? Because we did get a letter from, like, for example, the Gila River Indian community and their desires to to remain in the same district as, for example, Casa Grande and Coolidge. So if we could, I'd like to see the reservation overlay. And then, of course, we got the tribes in the Yuma area.
Commissioner Watchman, did you say the tribes want to be included with Coolidge?
Yes,
Okay.
the Gila River Indian community, we, I believe, hopefully you got a copy, but
Okay. I don't have any problem moving Coolidge into 16. I don't know what other adjustments that would make, and that would put them in with the tribes.
well, I just want to see the tribal overlay first to see.
And it's on the screen there. You can see
Okay.
the green district is
Right, I
up there with
recognize
Gila
that.
River.
So in the map we're looking at, Casa Grande is in D16 with Gila River and Achin. Coolidge is actually in District 7, so Casa Grande and Coolidge are already in separate seats.
Okay. And what about the tribes in the Yuma area? I don't know, we had some issues about including, especially the north side of the reservation of Kushan. Yeah, it's included.
And that is something to consider in terms of, once this gets completed, I know we have some of the data, but I'm not sure what happens. Well, no, I think District 23 stays pretty much the same. I'm trying to see. Yeah, I think the main thing to me that happens, and that's part of the concern with District 17 ultimately, but I know we can work through this to some extent, is that it went from being a very competitive district to not competitive at all. So we went from something that was off by about 2% to now being off by over 10%. And so that is and that is something that I think we will want to look at, because we want to try to get to these within our range wherever we can, and to move from something that was competitive to not is something we can look at.
I do think here, though, that, the reason for it is keeping communities of interest together.
Well, and Chair Newberg, there's a lot of numbers on these spreadsheets. What happens, actually, the competitive seat switches. So in 6-1, 17 is competitive. In 0-0-3-3, it's 17. So, I got it backwards. 16 and 17 switch. So one is competitive in one map, and the other one's competitive in the other one. So.
And that is one of my concerns, is that in all of these districts, we are actually, we have been moving to a less competitive maps as we've been going. And so this one actually then again drops us, and I'm speaking as a Democrat here, which I've been trying to not do as much as possible. But in this case, and I understand the purpose of the move, and because it's been about including Marana and Oro Valley, and there might be other ways ultimately that we can do, making some changes, but this really puts us, loses us another competitive seat, and it actually really changes the dynamics of the overall number of Democrat and Republican seats that exist out of the 30 legislative seats. And so that is my concern at this point with this change. And I know that we can make adjustments, but when we lose what was a competitive seat to a non-competitive seat, and we're not picking up one on the other side, I have to express that concern, that making this wholesale change does not necessarily help us in terms of our overall representation and efforts to balance that, especially when we think about how competitiveness is in the in constitutional and where it fits.
Doug, I thought you had mentioned that it just switched competitiveness, that it actually didn't fundamentally change the overall number of competitive districts.
Correct. And again, as the numbers change around, it does get confusing and somewhat hard to follow. So both 6-1 and 6-3 have 0-33. I will get that. And 0-3, well, the map we're talking about, 033 being integrated into our base map, both have 6 competitive districts. It's just that which district is that 6 changes from 16 to 17.
And also, I will say the level of competitiveness on whether they're in the small range or the larger range. What we had was a district with District 17 that was in the small range, and now it's going to be beyond that. And so,
But Commissioner Leonard, but District 16 goes the other way. It was in the wider range, and now it goes to the small range.
not based on what I see. We basically just changed 2 points, but we're still above 5 point. I see it as almost a 6-point range versus the 4-point range, which is our small range for District 16. And again, we may be able to make adjustments in that at some point. But I want to bring that up, that we are actually now changing that. And in particular, I mean, with all of these maps in the 6 range, we had at one time, and again, I'm wearing my Democrat hat here. Mostly I've been focusing on communities of interest and have not been trying to do the partisanship, but I'm going to do that in this one moment. And again, I'm saying to Commissioner Meal, I will support you putting this in because I know that your effort has been to combine Marana and Oro Valley. It's whether this particular configuration can work is my concern. As we've been moving with these districts, we have been there was a point when we were looking at all our maps that we were working on compactness, communities of interest, contiguity, and we had really reached a very closely competitive, and I'm talking about almost a 15-15 split, which to me is to some extent optimum in terms of how we can work together as a community. And now we have reached a point when we are not close to that, based on the numbers that we've been seeing. We look at both the demographics as well as the data sheets that you've been giving us, but as part of that. So it's something I just want for the record to say, as part of that loss of competitiveness seems to be moving in that direction. And again, I know that this is just an effort to combine Marana and Oro Valley. That's part of this effort. I will support that as I've been with this, but I will say that we're going to want to take a closer look at whether these communities and these districts really work as effectively. Again, another one I'm looking at is District 19 as one that I have a little bit of concern in terms of how that's laid out at this point. So there's some of the ones in the surrounding areas that are of concern. And to move from a 50-50 seat to a non-competitive concerns me when we've been trying very hard to move the other direction with most of our districts.
I'm sympathetic to the goal of achieving as many competitive districts as possible, but not at the expense of communities of interest. And I think it's pretty clear what these communities of interest have expressed to us. I also want to make a point, again, that I haven't even looked at, the balance between R's and D's. I'm looking at it through the lens of maximizing all 6 constitutional criteria. I do want to mention, a goal of 15-15. I don't think that is an explicit goal. It's not in the Constitution. And I also think we have a responsibility to deliver an effective functioning government to the state. And, given that so many of the districts are, more extreme, having a, 15-15 is not necessarily, in my mind, the goal that is should take precedence.
And I respect that. I'm expressing part of my goals in this case. My goal is to try to get as many of those districts closer together. And my preference is in the 4-point range. Data shows that as we go outside of that 4-point range, it's very difficult for someone of another party to get elected either way. That if we have a district that's got even the 6-point range that we have, the chances of somebody on either side getting elected in that district outside of that 1 or 2 points is very difficult. So I too have been focused all the way through on communities of interest and all the other criteria. But now we're reaching a point when we are narrowing down our maps, and I am starting to take a look at that as part of it. The other thing I will just mention is part of my interest in the 1515 is that we are a state that is pretty balanced in terms of the people who live here, with a 30-30, 33-33-33 split between Democrats, Republicans, and independents. And so the closer we can get to something that's balanced in our legislature, the more it reflects our state, which is what, and that's just, again, I'm just expressing my own opinion. So I'm in favor of Commissioner Meal's proposal to connect Marana and Oro Valley, and I know he's been working hard to try to figure out ways to do this. This particular configuration, I have concerns about some of the areas, and I'm just expressing that up front to let you know that at some point I will want to revisit how these lines are drawn.
Would you be comfortable, Commissioner Lerner, if we gave direction to mapping team to try to incorporate Commissioner Meal's suggestion, however, with their knowledge and expertise, to try to look for opportunities to increase competitiveness, and if you see opportunities, that you can come back and report on that to us?
Yeah, I would be comfortable with that. If they can do that in the southern district, do you mean?
Yes, in the Marana Oro Valley area that we're talking about.
Right, in the Marana Oro Valley. And actually, I went back and took a look, and I don't know, Commissioner Meal, about how you felt about map 4.0, because that actually did combine Marana and Oro Valley. And so I don't know if that could be part of your discussion as you look at that. I would be comfortable with that, Chairwoman. And perhaps you could take a look at that piece as well, at how 4.0 worked with that. But I want to help Commissioner Meal accomplish what he would like to do, and he's been, as he says, he's been very consistent about the Oro Valley Marana connection, and I know that occurred. And I don't know the numbers for 4.0 off the top of my head, but I do remember it was there at one point. But yes, I would be comfortable with also asking mapping to try to take a look at that as we look at this community of interest.
Well, Madam Chair, is there a way to focus it just in that area? I know that because of all the interplay that what you're suggesting here, Commissioner Meal, has impacts to a multiple of districts, but can we focus it down to just Marana and Oro Valley? Because what we're doing now is, we're at the expense of other communities of interest. I won't say expense, but, possibly diluting or changing the other submissions that we receive. How do we balance all of that? How do we balance, like, for example, the Latino Coalition and their concern and their interests with others? And so, it's a tough one to try to balance that, but can we focus it just in this area?
That's a very good question, Vice Chair Watchman, and I think the answer is no. But I would then further say, I think we've improved all the communities of interest with this map. I think this map accomplishes a number of things. The D20 district is a much stronger community of interest than it was. D14 had that wing that went out and took in Douglas into Santa Cruz, and that would be a bad change for communities of interest. So actually, the reason I was attracted to this map is that I thought it accomplished a lot of our goals all in one big fell swoop. And I would just hope we would move forward and have it as our next version. And again, we're nowhere near the finish line, and there'll be chances to either tinker with it at the edges or to wholesale change it if you have a better alternative later on down the way.
So I'm not saying that we need to go back to everything in 4.0 at all. That's not what I mean. So I know that there's some things in 4.0 that, and we deliberately made changes to those. That's not at all what I was meaning. So certainly not going back. I know that the District 21, or that piece that went across, was, even though there was a very good reason for it, we decided not to do that. But I'm just asking about that one piece that we're focusing on in District 17 that has been what I thought was your main concern, because you have been mentioning that almost from the beginning, the Marana-Oro Valley connection that you have been talking about. But this particular map changes a lot of other things, as Commissioner Watchman said. So if there's a way to focus on the piece that you've been most emphasizing, I'm very supportive of doing that, of doing whatever we can to get that to work without necessarily making all these other changes that are now quite extensive for that southern region as part of it. There's putting a lot of different groups together that weren't together before, and we'd have to really take a close look at whether or not they even should be together as part of it. So that's all I guess I'm getting at is we've shifted things around, and I don't know if that best serves all the communities for the sake of focusing on Marana, Oro Valley, and those communities there that are linked. And that's what I guess I would like to support, would be your effort to combine those without necessarily making all the other wholesale changes.
Do you want to respond to that, Commissioner Meal? Because my sense of hearing you is that you feel that the wholesale changes actually improve the overall map.
I do strongly think the wholesale changes improve the overall map. So I would, again, encourage us to make those changes, and we won't be done when we make them.
And can you reiterate again which other specific districts you feel that this map improves?
It strongly improves 20. I think it improves 21. 18 is...
Can you explain why when you say improve, and on what dimension?
Where 21 comes up into Tucson is a better fit because 20 has moved it over. 18 is a really coherent community of interest in the foothills, and it's a de-leaning district that's actually solidified by these changes. 17 is the one we've talked about the most. 16, I think, is coming down that way for population balance, but it comes down in a way that it really doesn't disturb any of the other communities of interest. 19 backs out of Tucson somewhat and now has a less connection to Tucson, which I think is actually appropriate. So I think there's a ripple effect that are all positive.
I think that's a coherent rationale, and I like the larger vision, and I'd like to ask my colleagues, can we give direction to the mapping team to go with this plan? We can come back and look at the ripple effect, Commissioner Lerner and Watchman, in the areas that you're uncomfortable with and fix, to mitigate whatever concerns you have. But in terms of an overall comprehensive vision, I'm sold by what my colleague Commissioner Meal is asking for.
I'm uncomfortable with a number of the changes. I would just say that. I know that we want to move forward, but I see other areas that are not. I see places going in like District 19, which comes sort of in this circle around and does capture a small piece of Tucson. I see District 16 extending pretty far north up to the edge of Maricopa County and then all the way down and heading into an edge of Tucson. And we've talked about not wanting to link these communities. We've actually had the Latino Coalition, which went from Yuma to Maricopa County, and said that wasn't good, and now we're sort of allowing that for District 16 to basically capture a piece of Tucson and then go all the way up into a part of this area, up District 16, up into Maricopa, to the southernmost points of Buckeye. It's a huge legislative district with lots of different communities of interest within it. So those are the kinds of things that are of concern to me, where we're actually taking some of that. Again, I'm very supportive of Commissioner Meal's effort on Oro Valley and Marana connection. I know that that's something he's been striving for, and I want to support that. But it's the other changes that I feel, and I'm trying to be specific about those concerns, that are now putting disparate communities of interest together for the sake of creating a community of interest, or putting Marana with Oro Valley as been recognized as two communities, that Commissioner Meal has felt have good linkages as part of it. But we're basically, I think, affecting other communities in significant ways and drawing in really different communities of interest for the sake of that one.
Can you share, Commissioner Lerner, which specific communities of interest you feel will be marginalized under this plan?
Well, I just mentioned District 16, where you're actually
Can I make
taking
a comment
it.
regarding 16? This is Commissioner York.
I'm sorry?
Can I make a comment regarding 16? If you
Sure.
look at 16 on 6.1, it actually does pretty much the same thing. It goes all the way down into Tucson, all the way up into Casa Grande, Maricopa. It takes in the Gila Indian Reservation. It does not include Gila Bend, which is included in Commissioner Meal's suggestion. So it pretty much mirrors what has already been approved. So I find fault in that argument as far as 16 already being too expansive. But what Commissioner Meal's proposal pulls 16 out of Marana and loops it around the west side of the Tucson urban area and picks up those communities. So those communities might have more in common with Casa Grande actually than maybe Marana does. Marana has more in common with Oro Valley. So that's why I kind of like that suggestion. It doesn't really change the northern boundaries much. That's just a comment.
No, I don't disagree. I actually am not thrilled with District 16 and the other map either, so I don't disagree that that's a difficult one. I concur, Commissioner York, that that's one that we would need to take a closer look at. Absolutely. I mean, I think that just a number of them, it's the same thing with District 19, taking a look at how that wraps around District 17, taking a look at how, again, going from Yuma all the way into, I mean, there's some things we have to do for population. I recognize that. Some parts of District 18, I think, could be changed. But again, so I guess what I'm doing is getting things on the record of the concerns. I'm recognizing that we want to try to accomplish this piece that Commissioner Meal has requested from the beginning. And I want to help him achieve that goal because he has said that that's a distinct community of interest. But I want for the record that I would like to be able to come back to this with some significant changes, potentially.
Absolutely. As always, we are not locking anything in right now. What we are asking for is to be able to give direction to our mapping team to be able to come back with a comprehensive legislative map from which we can, of course, make additional changes. But we need to make a decision about a general direction, and since there isn't an alternative comprehensive plan in place, I would like to suggest that we adopt this as a starting point in terms of giving direction to the mapping team to make changes, and then come back to us this afternoon with the maps, and we can further deliberate.
And can we add that comment that you made as well that goes with that, that if they see opportunities for to improve the competitiveness in those areas which have now been depleted, and again, you know, I look particularly at what happens in District 17, where it went from essentially a 50-50 district to now a 10-point, well, I'm sorry, not a 10-point, 6 to 8 point difference, or closer to 8 probably.
Commissioner Lerner, I think it would be better to not have them make these judgment calls on their own. I don't know how we can direct them to make those calls. I would like them to just make these changes, and then we will look at it as commissioners and see any adjustments we want to make things more competitive, or for any other reason that you want to consider.
I don't think we're asking them to make changes. I think we're asking that if they have ideas and want to propose an option, as they have always done, they come back to us with options. There's nothing wrong that if there's an improvement or if they have ideas, you know, because they're looking at the data pretty closely, I wouldn't want to rule out an improvement.
I totally support that. I'd like to see the base map, and then any other thoughts that they have, I completely support that thought.
Yes.
I do believe, and I agree. I agree. I think District 17 can work, but can also be brought closer in terms of that, in terms of competitiveness. And just as a last comment on District 16, I know that we have it going around. As Commissioner York said, it does extend in the 6.1 map, but I had to pull it up again because I've been having the other map that we've been discussing up, so I hadn't had a chance to double check where it was. It does capture right now District 16 in the map that we adopted, only captures a very small portion, and it does have the Marana area. So I I would love to see a way to rethink District 16 in some ways, but I don't know how that would go at this point. I don't have any ideas right now because of the way it currently is. So that'll be something else for us to look at when we get this map back.
And these, again, these are draft maps. You know, we're going to have a lot more deliberation. We have 30 districts. We're not going to really achieve our ideal 30 districts. Just, I want to be able to give, you know, due diligence to other areas of the state as well. Are we ready to move from the south? Are there other geographic areas that you'd like the mapping team to pull up right now?
We do have a couple questions from the mapping side. We did hear a couple different options, and we did talk about some other rotations in the morning, especially in the District 9 and District 10 area in Maricopa. So let me read you back to what we understand so we have clear guidance. What Brian has on the screen now, can you zoom out a little bit? You want us to integrate districts 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 23 into 6.1, with us being allowed to slightly modify them for population balancing. In the morning, you talked about in the Maricopa area to rotate District 9 and District 10, which is in the Mesa area, to more of a vertical projection. Can we include that in the same version as we include the districts in the south?
Yes, I would support that.
And just so you're clear, when you make the motion, when you see the map and make the motion, you can make it for one part, not the other. They could be voted on as separate pieces, but that just simplifies us publishing it, getting it back to you.
And then we also still want to respect the Kyrene School District boundaries that we have set. Is that correct?
To the extent that we can.
Okay.
Without, I mean.
It looks like they follow it from the map, but I just want to confirm when we go into the room to make sure that's.
Is that, which area are you thinking of in terms of the district?
It would be District 12. It would be south of Ahwatukee, where it goes south into the Gila Indian Reservation, but preserves the boundary of the Kyrene School District in that northern part of the reservation.
Right, and I think that the tribe has said that they were fine being in 2 legislative districts, and that would basically put that northern piece. I think that's what we've talked about, correct?
That's correct, yes. They're okay with the Lone Butte Industrial Park area being associated near Ahwatukee and Tempe or Chandler, and then the southern part, which would be S16, yeah.
Okay. So that would be one map, and then the second request, we will look for ideas and options to increase competitiveness as a second map.
And that's, I think, where our confusion is. Do you want a second map, or just for us to come back with ideas where you might look at changes?
Ideas,
I heard
please.
ideas, yes.
Okay. Then
Just
we'll
some-
come back
just
with the
ideas.
Okay.
Southern Arizona, correct?
But if you have ideas for the other state, absolutely. I mean,
Yeah. Well, the ideas we had in kind of the Phoenix area are already in the 6.0 map.
Okay.
So yeah, we can focus on Tucson for this one.
Well, Madam Chair, I guess we're looking at ideas because, you know, what we're looking at and trying to respect Commissioner Mills' thought is how do we configure Marana and Oro Valley? And granted, you know, everything's related and there's a ripple effect, but now we're dealing with 5 or 6 different districts, and so I think we need to focus. Well, what I'm hearing is that the request and the interest and the idea is how do we address Commissioner Mills' interest in addressing the communities of Marana and Oro Valley, and so hopefully it's not a wholesale change, but I'm hoping that we just, you know, focus the adjustments or ideas to just the Marana and Oro Valley area. So.
No, the direction, I think, was clear on incorporating those boundaries for the 16 through 23, missing the one district, yeah.
Just looking at the map that's on the screen there are a couple slivers here and there. Do we have permission to clean up some of the lines to make them more cohesive?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, Madam Chair, while we're doing that, also I just want to again raise the issue of the Navajo Nation, and they're here, and so I think the big issue that they want us to consider and at least look at it as far as ideas is their deviation proposal and concept, and I think there was some discussion with our mapping team about the proper numbers to be using for the CVAP relative to the Native Americans in the state here. And so we need to, I'd like to put that on the table as a discussion item. I don't know if it's timely to include it in this discussion, but we need to keep that in mind. The other issue is just, I know that my understanding is that the nation is going to be working with perhaps other communities of interest, and I'm hoping that the tribes all come together with, you know, I guess ideally, a collaborative map that reflects all the different interests in northern Arizona. But I just want to put that on the record that I think that's in the works. But the challenge that the Navajo Nation has is, and this goes to the other 6 tribes in District 6, and that is the proper number to use, because I know that I've been reading there's a lot of concern about whether or not there was an undercount in Indian country because of the pandemic. It was hard to get out to certain, you know, as we found out, we're unable to get to some parts of Indian country, or I'll call it Indian country, but some parts of the reservation just because the reservations were closed. And so that was a big challenge with the census takers. They just could not get out there. So they relied a lot on internet, but broadband and internet connection is so bad in Indian country. So hopefully it wasn't a double whammy, but there's that thought there of a potential undercount on our reservations. And so, you know, we just have to keep that in mind. And as we look at the data, particularly for Native Americans and probably some other folks in the rural part of the state too. I'm sure that they weren't counted, so just because of being remote. So I just want to note that for the record. And so I think the mapping team is aware of the deviation number challenge, and so at some point we'll raise it when the time is right. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I could follow up on Commissioner Watchman's comment. We did have a technical discussion about which fields, just so the record's clear, we didn't talk about any lines on maps or anything. It's just which fields are shown in the data view and reported. And so I think we've got it figured out in terms of what fields they'd like to add. And so the question for the commission is, if you'd approve of us adding another column into the data sheet, that would be the native. What they're looking for is we're using the federal government's guidance on how to aggregate groups. And so if someone marks white and Native American, under the government's guidance, that gets treated as Native American. And they would like to see the single race Native American category without people that also marked white, which is in our database. It's one of the hundreds of fields in the supplemental section. So if we have that direction from you, we can look at adding that in. I'm not sure how quickly we can get it in, but we can certainly look at addressing that technical question. So the end result would be your spreadsheets would have one more column to them.
We certainly welcome additional feedback, additional maps. We can reconsider, you know, many things. I do just want to point out that, you know, there are a lot of challenges to voting and elections, and we need to stay in our lane. We're here to redistrict, and we must use the data that we have and follow the constitutional criteria. And if we were to take it upon ourselves to try to adjust for other injustices, there's no empirical, objective way to do our job. And so we all have empathy for, you know, a lot of challenges that go on, but I think we have to be careful and stick to what our legal obligations are as it relates to the Arizona and U.S. constitutions.
I totally agree with Chairwoman Newberg, but I also would be very comfortable doing another column of data to be looking at and would support that.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't want to go into history, but our U.S. Constitution speaks a lot to Indian tribes and Commercian tribes, and so there's a historical, legal, and direct relationship between and recognition of Indian tribes. And so we had to keep that in mind. And so, it's a little bit different relationship. They call it, there's a unique relationship between the U.S. government and the tribes. And so, I understand what you're saying. I appreciate that. But there's a direct line between the tribes and the United States government. And so that, to me, overlays and spills into the state of Arizona and how the state of Arizona works. And so we have to keep that in mind. It's just how it is, and it's unique, but, it's been challenged legally and legislatively. And so I'm not saying, special treatment, but there is a unique relationship. So we have to keep that in mind. And notwithstanding the Constitution of this state. So we need to also consider that. So for the record, I want to have everybody be aware of that. Thank you.
I have just one suggestion for, I think you're going to adjust the D9, D10 as we've discussed. I just had one other thought in Maricopa County, and otherwise no other recommended changes. And that was to look at D1 and D2 at that boundary. And I'll appreciate Commissioner York's help because his geographical knowledge is always in these areas as part of it. But I was looking at moving Sunny Slope from D1 into D2 with the North Mountain Preserve, because that's part of that community of interest. And then potentially shifting D1 and D4 a little bit east.
And again, Commissioner Lerner, can you please give your rationale? It sounds like you believe that it's a better fit for one community of interest. Can you speak to the other broader changes?
They're just, I think Sunny Slope goes nicely with, it is part of the same community of interest. It's just connecting them. Or D1 could also potentially go a little bit further south. There's some options there.
Well, if you take population from D2, you can't really move D4. So
yeah, it may be that that's not the best.
So population from D2 would have to either go west into D4 or north, I'm guessing.
Well, D1 could potentially go south, and that might not affect D4. D4 doesn't necessarily have to be impacted in that way then?
Well, you could put the Sunny Slope area into D2, and then you could move D1 south if you want to.
Yeah.
But then that affects D11.
Well, D11 is overpopulated. So that might actually work because it would probably lose some population there. That's the only other suggestion I was going to make.
Commissioner, could you help us out and define what are you defining as Sunny Slope?
Well, this is where I was calling on Commissioner York to help me with that because he's so much better. I would say it and then he'll change it and tell me what because he's so much better than I am.
The Sunny Slope area is basically the area that runs along Cave Creek up into the mountains and up what would be called the Dreamy Draw, and then along 7th Street up against the mountains.
Oh, hold on. Let us get it on screen so we can follow you as you go. Can you?
It's District 1 on the District 1 and District 2 borders, and north up in Maricopa County. There you go.
Yeah, it's really because you've got that mountain preserve area. I was just trying to connect
Correct.
those back together.
Which I'm fine with, but it's going to, there's some agreement in that as a community of interest. But if you pull D2 down into that area,
you could take D2 down, maybe down towards northern or something. I'm trying to pull up the
D26 is at the top boundary is.
I'm sorry.
D26 top boundary is Dunlop.
Okay.
The area you're talking about is going to move down 7th Street and east to the 51, which would be the sort of Dunlop northern exit there.
Yeah, so if it went down to northern D2, it should population balance a little bit as well, is kind of what I was looking at. And then
you're only off by 5,000 people. There's a lot there.
Yeah.
D, oh wait, which one are you looking at? D2 going into,
You're talking about putting Sunny Slope in D, you want me to go north on D1? Up to
Yeah.
Cactus?
right, I was looking at D1 adding that piece that's not connected in the mountain preserves,
So
basically.
you would say
trying to-
Thunderbird to I-17 down to Peoria, that basically includes the chunk around the mountain there.
So it just, so you were talking about bringing District 2 down or District 1 up?
Well, you either go one way or the other. How much mountain do you want to grab? You want to go west, up
I'm just pulling it up.
along Thunderbird to get the rest of the mountains?
Yeah, I had been, let me pull this over here. I'll keep
Well, that's the smallest population, but also, because right now, most of Sunny Slope is in D1.
Right,
And so if
exactly.
you went over to I-17, Brian, where Peoria hits I-17, and you move it north to Thunderbird, that gets the rest of that mountain preserve into the District 1.
Well, I had been thinking that you would take Sunny Slope from D1 into D2 to just, I thought that would be the least disturbing, maybe?
Well, no, what I just described was the least disturbing.
Well, I was looking at D1 going, I mean, having Sunny Slope from, and I mean, again, that's why I want to talk through this with you, because you also know this area very well, that you're moving Sunny Slope from taking the North Mountain Preserve as part of that D1, that piece of D1 to D2. D1 right now is overpopulated a little bit, so is D2. So if we moved then D1 a little bit south, as you suggested, and to D2, I mean, down to northern, like that's what we were just talking about, right? That's just that, it is very populated in that area.
Yeah.
So we take D2 south to northern, and D1 could go up a little bit in that area that we were just talking about, that corner.
And what,
And that just
So-
fits the mountain preserve together.
okay,
Well,
so if I can just catch up with you guys.
Yeah, so there's a,
So-
so let me give you the boundaries real quick.
So District 2 is coming south from the western edge of District 1 all the way down to northern and all the way across, or just to,
I don't know, I think that's too much. I think you'd have to go down to Dunlop
We could try that.
and then go up to Carefree, Cave Creek Road up into the mountains there.
Well, District, oh, just that, you're talking about just that one block then, from
Yeah.
District 2? That could work.
Correct.
We could try that and see how that does with balancing population. And the other thing I'd been looking at was D11 is overpopulated, so if D1 went south,
are you also going into 27 and 16, or you're just talking about a switch between 1 and 2?
Just between
Just
1 and 2, right?
pretty much just between those two. I wasn't really going to kind of start changing everything else.
So Brian, you see North Mountain Preserve? Up the top corner, funky little corner of District 1. If you come down that road, which is North Cave Creek Road, and you stay along that, there's looks like a voting block district along the east side of that. If you run that down to the next mountain reserve, which I believe,
Hold on.
You see why I called on Commissioner
Yes.
York to give all the details? I
He's-
can
he's
give you the
getting there.
general, but I
So-
knew he would.
So you're talking about District 2 coming down to, starting in the west side of District 1,
right there.
and then coming across to where Cave Creek
Right, and then
becomes the
cutting
diagonal.
over to, yeah,
Yeah.
right, that, yep, there you go, right there.
So,
That'd be a District 2 ad.
yeah. Yeah, we're talking about 20, ballpark 22,000 people.
Right.
But when you make all the changes, it hopefully, well, that's why I also
Well,
thought. if-
that's why we're trying to keep up. We only know the one change.
Right, okay. And the other thing, well, go ahead, finish, Commissioner York, that piece, because you understand what I was trying to do with the
Right.
preserve. Because the other piece if it adds too much in there, D1 could pick up a little bit from D11. And because D11 is overpopulated. So if we needed to, by adding people in those areas, if we needed to lose some population in D1, we could shift it south a little bit and it won't. The neighborhoods are still between the border of D1 and D11. You're not going to affect any communities of interest there. They're all connected as well. There's some good historic neighborhoods in that area. So if needed for population balance. That's the only that's the only real change I had. It was just seeing that that preserve was trying to connect them, and we heard from a lot of folks saying, please put us together.
I have one change to suggest that I know we're going to agree to, but I don't know if this is the right time, so you have to tell me.
Well, are we good with this, what we've been talking about? And we can always look at it when you come back, and if need be, we can make a few more changes there. But the concept, you understand?
I think so, yeah. So we're about 20,000 people would come out of District 1 and go into District 2. And then, so District 1 is currently over by about 4,000, so that would leave it 16,000 short. But down in District 11, it's over by 9,000, so we could split the difference there.
Exactly.
And both of them would end up about, trying to do the math in my head, so don't hold me to this, about 3,500 or so short. But they'd both be in that range. The catch is, the other piece of this change, though, is District 2 has now added 20,000 people. It's almost perfectly balanced right now. So where would District 2 go to give up those people?
What if we, let me pull it up real close.
I mean, we could, I think Commissioner York may have mentioned this earlier, District 2 could lose on its eastern edge to District 4, and 4 could pick up from 1 rather than going into 11. And we could do kind of a 3-district rotation there.
Yeah, District 2, in terms of losing population?
Right, so 2's got a...
Yeah, I mean, District 2 potentially could lose a little bit from the north, and could it go into, let's look at District 3.
And actually, Mark...
That would work, actually, because you could add, District 3 is a little short, so you potentially could put a little bit of District 2 into District 3 to balance that a little bit, unless you had another idea.
Oh, well, and actually, Mark was just mentioning that District 27 has the same thing, where it's short as well, so... Oh, and 28 short as well?
So it could go into District 27, that would work.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so between 3, 27, and 28 that are all short, we could pick up from District 2 to balance all 4 of them out. And then we wouldn't have to go into 4, and 1 could still go into 11.
That sounds good.
Okay.
And we know there'll be a little bit off here and there, but we're not at the final yet, so.
Okay, Commissioner Meal, are you now finished with your thought, Commissioner Lerner? Okay, we're going to deliberate for about another 7 minutes or so. At 11, we'll take a 10-minute break. Commissioner Meal, did you want to bring attention to a different part of the map?
We're getting to memorize all these numbers and think with these numbers, and at some point, Prescott needs to be district number 1.
Oh.
So it would seem like it would be just simple to make Prescott number 1 now, and just make whatever was number 1, whatever the number, I think it was 5. So make 1, 5 and 5, 1. And then we can keep memorizing and learning and having district numbers that can stand up.
Yep, we can make that change.
So I'm in agreement. I'm not disagreeing one bit. I know every time we look at each other, it's like, what's she saying now? But I just wanted to double check. Does that mean all of them are now going to be changed? Or I didn't catch that. I apologize.
No, I was just suggesting flipping 1 and 5 so that Prescott gets the official 1 label that they have always held. So.
And just to note, in the oddity that the numbers have now evolved as the grid evolves, this would now put 5 next to 4.
And there are no legal implications of this, right? Because District 1 has always been in that area, correct?
It's actually state statute, yeah.
Yeah, so I have a minor point, but eventually, are we going to have some kind of sequence? I mean, just as a, the public, when they're wanting to go in and analyze districts, to have a sense of sequential order just helps people.
And you can see on the map, it is now District 1. And District 1 is now District 5.
Madam Chair, some of our submissions has questioned the numbering, and so at some point we had to look into that. So I know it's random right now, and so we'll probably have to get to that point, or how do we re-randomize it, or if you will, and so, but
Yeah,
I did see some submissions along those lines that, yes, we're trying to change things, but, everybody has, memories, and so how do we follow that? Keep a balance between the two.
Right. If you get questions about the numbering is the residue of starting in the middle. So one started in the middle and then went to the northeast, and then we ran out of, we hit the corner, and then the next number went from the northeast down back to the middle, and then the southeast. So yes, it is kind of pie charted numbers around the map. So yes, if at some point we do want to look at, from north to south or something like that, we can. I hadn't seen how easy it was, but as the team just showed, it's fairly easy for us to renumber.
I would make the simple suggestion that if we're ever going to do that, we should do it prior to approving draft maps, so that when we get all this public comment for all this time, we're then dealing with permanent numbers. So I have no opinion as to the numbering system, but I think it really would be wise to do it now.
I would suggest that we, other than number 1, which is easy, 1 and 5, that we, the commission come to a point where it votes on a draft map, and then have a quick, so that as we're debating, District 7 is always 7 through your consistently through your debate, if nothing else than just for the sanctity of the transcript. And then once you adopt a map, you just have a quick second motion to renumber them. So that when we do release them to the public, they will be renumbered.
Well, do we just want to wait on number 1 then, that shift, or is it so small that we've already made it? So.
Well, I tend to agree, whatever we do, let's do it before we vote on our final draft, whenever that happens.
Well, it sounds like what Doug said is that we vote on a final draft and then we renumber it. 2 different motions.
That would be my suggestion, just so that the people who sent in letters,
Right.
yesterday and today, they're writing about District
Right, keep it all
X,
consistent.
X.
Absolutely.
I just noticed one other thing that I thought we talked about yesterday, and that was we had talked about trying to make sure Santan Valley wasn't divided in D15, and it's still divided here. I know that there's going to be a lot of changes that are coming with the southern part, and this might fit in, but we had talked about the fact that we thought it should be whole, and right now it's kind of divided right in the middle. And so I think we had talked about putting it back into 15 with the rest of it. But that didn't happen. And as you're making all those other Southern Arizona changes, maybe that'll work its way through, but we were trying to connect those two, or connect the community together, which I know that they would prefer rather than be. So that's at that little corner at D15 and D7?
I think, yes, I recall that, and I think there was also a concern, though, because if we take Santan Valley and put it into D15, D7 would have to probably push into Gold Canyon and the Apache Junction area to pick up the population loss.
Well, as part of all of these wholesale changes that we're talking about in the south, there might be a way to, I don't know what happens, whether D7 gets affected with that or not, but it might. But I guess I'm just concerned about, again, it's the communities of interest, which ones are being addressed, and to have Santan Valley, which be separated like that. I would like to see if there's a way to connect that in there.
Would it make any sense for all of Santan to go into D7 and D7 to give up Coolidge? I'm not sure what other adjustments then would have to be made.
Unfortunately, then we have to get population from 15. That gets complicated. So then the extra population would be in 15, and 16 would be the one that's short. And so 16 would have to come.
Not if 16 picks up Coolidge, it won't be short.
And we can wait and see what happens after we see those southern changes, but I'm bringing that up because it was something we talked about yesterday. Apache Junction, I know, wants to be with folks to the west, but well, I don't even want to go there at this point. Maybe let's take a look at how that all fits together and see what we can do, and if not, we can always come back later on. But it was something that we talked about yesterday.
Right. And Commissioner Meals right. It would be 7 that show it, not 15. So it'd be and just so you're all thinking about this, that corner of Santan Valley is 30,000 people. So it's a lot of people.
And Coolidge is 13,000. So we have to pick up a little bit more. Maybe Florence.
If you can take a look at that, there's obviously multiple interests in trying to clean up that corner. So if you have any suggestion there.
I mean, as Mark said, if you're comfortable, we could rotate those in, but 7 would need to go into Gold Canyon, Apache Junction area. We could do that instead of Santan.
Wait, what would go in? 7? Oh, 7 would pick up Apache Junction, you're saying?
Yeah.
And take it out of D15.
And would that include Coolidge going into 16 then, or?
Coolidge and Florence potentially could go into 16.
Or just Coolidge and leave Florence? Coolidge is, we've had people request Coolidge to be with Casa Grande. I haven't heard.
But I think Florence and Coolidge are connected, and population-wise, it might be good to combine them. You know, I'm thinking more population size at that point. If he says 30,000, then you put both of those, and Coolidge and Florence have very close connections. I wouldn't want to separate them into 2 districts.
Okay, commissioners, I want to be mindful of the time. We do need to take a break. Can we finish up? Are there last minute directions? And are there other aspects of the legislative map that you'd like to dive into so we could give direction to mapping about whether when we return from break, if we're going to continue on the LD map or not?
I'm done.
Madam Chair, mapping needs one clarification.
Yes, please.
On the numbering, we did switch Prescott to be number 1 and District 5. Do you want to wait till the very end to do that?
I think we should, since we're going to I didn't know we were going to renumber everything. We should wait because we're already getting, like you pointed out, we're getting comments now. So let's not make any change yet and wait.
Okay, we will switch it back then. Thank you.
All right, so at this point, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break, and we will come back and begin congressional maps. Thank you. Okay, if we can get everybody back so we can reconvene in public session. Okay, I believe that we are ready. We are resuming with agenda item 5, draft map decision discussion. We are going to turn to congressional map drawing. I will turn it over to our mapping team to walk us through the options.
Okay, so on the tree here, we have the last approved was Congressional 5.0, and off of Congressional 5.0, we built Congressional 6.0 and 6.1. So 6.0, the main point was to build off of 5.0 with the goal of moving a section of District 8 that is northeast of I-17 and the canal into D1. So as you can see there, between the pink district D8 and D1, the top northern eastern portion of that triangle that's in D1 right now used to be part of D8 and that now have shifted into D1. And then D8 moves south into District 1 to balance from the population loss of the previous move. Part of that move, it also changed the competitive numbers a little bit. And for District 1, the spread from the old District 1 was only 0.08 of 1%, and now that moved to 1.64% of a spread. But in District 8, it used to have an 8.22% spread, but that decreased and shrunk to a 6.34 spread, so that actually got more competitive for District 8. So we did sort of a little swap on the competitiveness. District 1 went up a little bit, became less competitive, but District 8 came down and became more competitive. It is balanced. The population is all assigned. All the requests were fulfilled. And you can see there's the demographics and the competitive data on the screen. With that, those are the only changes for 6.0. We're gonna jump into 6.1. I'm gonna pass it to Doug.
So, thank you. So, one of the things as we were working and discussed is that as District 7 is now shifted out of the kind of urban Phoenix area, we've looked at Avondale and Tolleson and those areas that used to be in earlier versions of District 7. And with those out now, one of the things we wanted to look at is there the chance for an opportunity district, perhaps almost certainly not a majority Latino district, but an opportunity district where they could have a shot at electing. So what we're showing you in District 1, I'm sorry, in map 6.1, only rotates in the Phoenix area. So you can zoom in there. So we're only, Phoenix and the West Valley. So we're only changing Districts 1, 3, 8, and 9. So the Phoenix and the West Valley seats. There we go. So essentially we take District 8 and move it from being North Phoenix, roughly, over to be a West Valley seat. And we also shifted District 3. So obviously the core of District 3 is in the same place, the Guadalupe over to Levine, up to the I-10 is all the same. But the north piece of it has moved west as part of the shift. And the eastern part has actually gone into District 8. And so as you go through here, so now Avondale and Tolleson and West Glendale, and actually up into the southern portion of Peoria, and Surprise south of Ball Road. That horizontal line at the top of District 8 is Ball Road at the higher part. Oh, I'm sorry. The little font on this gets me every time.
Well, I'm just saying, there's no ball out that way.
Yes, no. And I'm actually working for Surprise, Glendale, and Buckeye all right now, and I should really know that. So Bell Road, yes, thank you. And then where it comes, so it's Bell Road west of Sun City, and it is Thunderbird east of Sun City is the northern edge of that. So, and then we go out and get, it's Avondale, Goodyear, Buckeye as it goes out. So the results of this is that in 6.0, the map that Mark was showing before we make this change, CD3 is 54% Latino CVAP. In this version, CD3 comes down to 51%. So it's still majority Latino by citizen voting age population. It's just a little bit less. And that's because it's giving up that Latino population to District 8. CD7 is unchanged. We didn't touch anything in CD7, so it stays at 47%. And CD8 goes from being 18% as a North Phoenix seat, 18% Latino, to 28%. Obviously, still not near 50%, but a 10% bump. And on the performance scale, the Attorney General's race, you can see, gets up to 47%. So we're getting close to something that would register as effective. And one of the things that we thought about this is the Commission has talked about in the past with the Native American community, it's only going to be 20% of a congressional district, no matter how you draw it. But if that congressional district is competitive, then that 20% can be a key player. The same thing here. District 8 is a highly competitive seat, 2.9% spread, and on the swing it's 3 and 6. So we're getting a 28% Latino CVAP seat out of this in a highly competitive district. I think the competition actually improved a little bit. I forget. District 8 is also competitive in 6.0. We're just having a competitive District 8 somewhere else. But yes, it goes, that's right. Thank you, Brian. So in 6.0, District 8 is 6.3%, and in 6.1, it's 2.9%. And the other piece of this is, of course, as we look at the map, this is a very compact map. You can walk through it city by city, and you can see what makes sense. So while I'm talking about the Latino numbers and its performance, it's obviously very community-oriented. The one piece, given the Commission's previous direction that we couldn't quite fit in, is that Sun City is divided from Sun City Grand and Sun City West. As you can see on the map, it's just, Sun City is the little bump at the top of District 8, and it's just really hard to get around that and still create this opportunity district. So it's a thought, again, it's a rotation of districts 1, 3, 4, 8, and 9 through the, I'm sorry, not 4, 1, 3, 8, and 9 through Phoenix and the West Valley. And it does give us that Bell Road and Thunderbird division in the West Valley. Those are both very major roads out there, obviously. And so we're happy to answer any questions or show any additional detail on this.
I'm going to suggest, given the sensitivities with honoring the VRA and, some of the data points, that we move to go into executive session to get legal advice to understand our compliance responsibilities more. If there's agreement on that, I'll entertain a motion to go into executive session pursuant to ARS 38-431.03A3.
I move to go into executive session.
I second.
Vice Chair Watchman?
Aye.
Commissioner Meal?
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner?
Aye.
Commissioner York?
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye, and with that, we will move into executive session to seek legal advice in our efforts to comply with the VRA.
Chair Newberg, is the plan to come back from executive session before lunch, or should we break for lunch?
No, lunch will not be for I think Lunch will be in about an hour to an hour and 15. We're hoping that we'll have you come back and join us as soon as executive session is over so that we can dive into the maps.
Perfect, thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. We'll reconvene. Okay. Thank you for everybody's patience. We were on Agenda 5. We just came out of executive session where we obtained legal advice with honoring compliance to the VRA and understanding polarization data in terms of our responsibility for redistricting for all minority communities and all citizens. So with that, we are going to bring up a discussion on congressional map drawing.
Lori, can we get Brian to share?
Is there is there just one thing you walked us through, Doug? The differences between 6.0 and 6.1. Could you just do, could you all do that overlay that just shows us what those changes were prior to us making while we're just talking about the maps? It would be interesting for us to kind of see the changes.
Can you build that in the web app builder? Can you overlay them on top?
This one actually shows it pretty well.
No, like that one. Yeah, the web app builder.
We're bringing that up now. So you can see how bright all the colors turned when he overlaid the two maps. It's because everything on the outside didn't change. They're the same in both maps. We're only looking at a rotation between 1, 3, 8, and 9. So if you can see where the red District 1 is coming into the green. Let me make sure I describe this correctly. So I'm trying to make sure I described you correctly.
6.0 is showing right now.
Oh yeah, there you go. So 6.0 is there, and then for 6.1, District 3 moves slightly to west. What we were looking at there, I believe this is where we had the Alhambra area united in District 3, as 3 moves north. So yeah, let's overlay the two. There we go. Yeah, so District 3 is moving, the top part of District 3 is moving slightly west and then coming up north to northern. And that's picking up population as it gives off from the western side. You can see the lighter green on the west, that's where District 3 has given up the population to the moved District 8. If we zoom in there, that is, what street is that? Yeah. Yeah, so it's 91st is oh, sorry, go down, District 3.
Yep.
The new western border of District 3 is 91st.
91st Avenue.
Yeah.
Kind of splits Tullison in half, sort of. And Avondale moves into the west.
Yeah. It could be, if it did, that was unintentional.
I understand. I'm just trying to give Commissioner Lerner some variance.
So one thing would be that if we did modify that, we'd want to make Tolleson whole if we decided to go with, that's in 6.1, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
So here's side by side.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. Side by side. Thank you.
So left is 6.0, right is 6.1.
Very nice, Brian.
Yeah. So now you can see where in 6.0, District 3 came up to northern for just a relatively smaller section. Now northern is almost the northern border for about 2/3 of the district. So it's coming up and getting significantly more population north of where it used to be. And that's because it's giving up, that's where we go from the 54% Latino CVAP in 6.0 to 51% CVAP in in 6-1 because we're giving up some of that more heavily Latino communities in the west in order to create the new opportunity seat. And we're picking up to the north. So by giving up the net result of moving the different communities around is that we give up 3% CVAP in 3, and the Latino CVAP in 8 goes up by 10%. So that's where we're picking up all those District 9 communities that have a lot of Latinos as well. And then you can see if we look at the north a little more, there you go. You can see where District 8 on the left in 6-0 is a Peoria, Glendale, Northwest Phoenix district. And then all of that becomes District 9, as District 9 and 8 essentially shift to be a horizontal split along Bell Road and Thunderbird there. The southern border of District 8 follows the current, in 6-1, is the same southern border as 9 has in 6-0. So we're not touching anything out of those 4 districts.
So just for clarity for me, and Commissioner York can help me with this, on the retirement communities over in that area, if we can, because we've talked a lot about trying to connect them.
The Sun Cities?
Yeah, the Sun Cities surprised that whole area. So in these 2 iterations, I guess maybe we can focus in on that, or Commissioner York, you know that area, you want to?
Well, in 6.0, most of the retirement communities are in District 8, and then in the far east side of District 9 is Sun City West.
Yeah. And interestingly, actually, Sun City itself, as Commissioner just mentioned, not Sun City West or Grand. Sun City itself is in District 8 in 6.0, and it stays in District 8 as the district moves. It's one of the few places it does.
Well, it's a funky little jog there on Thunderbird.
Right. Yeah, and that's in
6-1.
Yeah, so the bump up of the northern borders of District 8 is the northern border of Sun City in 6-1, and then it comes back down to Thunderbird. So then it's picking up Peoria territory as it goes east.
On the 6-0, that one area that jogs in, next to Glendale.
Oh, below northern? Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. That neck is actually West Glendale. So you can see the Luke Air Force Base up to the left, and then Glendale is that corridor, and northern is the border between Glendale and Peoria. So it's just coming in along, taking up the city of Glendale territory.
If I recall, you said the majority of the population in District 9 would end up being that West Valley, right? When we Glendale and going, do they really want to be with the Colorado River? But I think you mentioned that most of the population was actually closer into Maricopa County.
Correct. The number of West Valley people in District 9 is the same in both, because we don't touch anything outside. It's just which West Valley communities are in District 9. And if I recall correctly, it's right about 71% of the total population in District 9 is West Valley.
In 6-0.
In both. So it just...
Wouldn't the 303 corridor be considered part of the West Valley?
Well, I'm broadly saying, yes, I'm saying all of western Maricopa County and into Phoenix. So.
Got it.
It might be 69.5, and then Wickenburg's the other 1%.
Thank you for reviewing those changes. It was getting, I knew you were talking through it, and I was just getting a little confused because I'm not as familiar with the West Valley. In terms of, I can see it, though, it's pretty clear as you kind of take a look. And the concern I would have is that, breakup of the some of those communities. I'm not sure how we get around that. We've looked at, we know that some of the retirement communities want to be together, but I'm not sure how we pull them all into one without really making massive changes to everything for that. So if we can at least not divide them, then that would work.
Is that possible? Is that possible to get Sun City West into 8?
Well, or move, no.
Well, we've got Sun City West, Sun City Grand as well. My concern is that 8 is a highly competitive seat. And if we're adding those areas in and giving up area, essentially what we'd have to do is give up some of the eastern neck of 8 where it's picking up Peoria. And I don't know what the overall impact of that would be, but see what the map is.
Do you mean 8 being competitive? It's actually got a 7-point spread. Or do you mean 1?
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead. Switch it back.
For 6-1.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's in 6.1, 8 is a 2.9 spread and a 3/6 swing. This is part of the reason for presenting it is that obviously 28% Latino is not anywhere near a majority of the Latino seat, but they'd be a much larger chunk of an extremely competitive district.
My only concern is compromising the community of interest of the Sun City, the retirement communities who, really are a unique voting bloc. They're so different from the rest of the state, the way they live their lives, the way they budget, and we'd be compromising an important community of interest, a unified community of interest for competitiveness.
Well, I would just note they are divided in both maps. So Sun City's out of there because this is we've had this instruction to try to put them together and been trying to do it in every map, and it just hasn't worked out within the instructions.
Well, one of the things I like about 6.0 is that we don't split up Glendale in a way that, and then we give also the suggestion from Latino Coalition around District 3 that they gave us. 1's competitive, 8 is more competitive the way we have it drawn. 9 is 9. The West Valley is part of 9. Kind of keeps it all together more so than it does in 6.1. So, I feel really comfortable with 6.0. I appreciate the efforts. So I'd like to make a motion to approve CD map 6.0 as our new map.
I will second the motion.
Discussion?
I think we can support 6.0. I want to acknowledge that there's some changes in District 3 from what the coalition had proposed, but it's still performing the way it needs to perform. And I might, after we voted to accept this map, I might propose one small change to see if that would work with bringing some communities of interest a little better together, but otherwise I think I could support also going with that.
Vice Chair Watchman, do you have an opinion?
Well, both maps, for the most part, meet what I believe some of the tribes are looking at. That's obviously my big focus, but looking at and opining on the discussion here, I certainly had a preference for 6.1, but in the interest of reaching some conclusion today so that we can get feedback from the community, I think I would be supportive of 6.0, notwithstanding, probably some needed changes as we go out and do our 30-day public hearing. So I'm okay with 6.0. Thank you.
I was intrigued by 6.1 for the opportunities it created and a little bit more of the competitiveness. But it seems like there's greater consensus around 6.0. So, and there is a motion on the table. So I will put it up for a vote. Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, a 5-0 vote, we have approved 6.0 as a starting point for congressional deliberation.
So there's just one change that I'd like to suggest that kind of follows what we were talking about with the legislative area. And that's taking, if we take a close look at the intersection between D8, D1, and D3. There's an area there that's east in D8 that's east of I-17 and south of Thunderbird. And again, Commissioner York, please correct me if I get some of these things off a little bit. But I'm again looking at portions of that mountain preserve area, trying to connect them all. So that's a community of interest. So similar to what's done in the legislative map, taking Moon Valley, Sunny Slope, and some of the other communities adjacent to the Phoenix Mountain Preserves and trying to unite them closer with that. So that would take, yeah, I think, and then I know that population is balanced on these. District 8 would then need to pick up some population, and it could potentially take some from District 1 north of Bell Road.
Well, you have a lot of
Not sure if that balances.
that Sunny Slope Mountain Preserve area currently in D8. And it would be easier to pick up the rest of that area if you move south in D1 down to Bethany, I think. Bethany home over to the canal, Lincoln area.
Well, are you talking about moving from 1 to 8 or 8 to 1? I'm thinking of moving from 8 to 1 to just capture some of that and
No,
finish.
you're looking at almost 30,000 people if you went all the way up toward the end of that mountain. Like I said, there'd be less people to move. To pick up the neighborhood would be to move south to Bethany from its currently on Glendale. Bethany over to the the Squaw Peak 51 highway, up to Lincoln.
It seems like that might, I'm just
Well,
trying to
you would
combine
make-
those communities.
I
It seems
understand,
like
but you
that
would
might.
make 8 more competitive in doing so.
I don't think it'll get to that competitive point where, are you talking about, it would make 1 less competitive then, I think.
A little bit, yes.
And right now, it's pretty close.
No, I agree, but I mean, so the trade-off,
So it's really just trying to put those communities together around Piestewa Peak and North Mountain.
but I believe, when we did it on the legislative map, I might have made a mistake, because in my head, that neighborhood moves south, down into the central Phoenix area, Brophy High School, Central High School, Xavier, as opposed to north, like we have it now on the legislative map. So the border of the north side does most of its business, and school district and church and all that is to the north. up towards Bell Road, whereas the south works its way down the central corridor downtown.
I'm not
Like
sure
it's-
where, can you tell me exactly which road you're talking about when you're saying that?
Well, I'm just talking about the way that those neighborhoods work, between the 17 and the 51, up against the mountain, sunny slope. Currently, D8 has most of that in its boundary. And so if you were interested in moving more of those neighborhoods in together, ideally, you would move the boundary of D8 down from currently Glendale, which I think is a natural boundary for it, down to Bethany, but I wouldn't go any farther south as far as that neighborhood.
So you're talking about moving south. I was thinking into D1? So the Phoenix Mountain Preserves are all in D1 now. We're just trying to,
No, the only mountain in the Phoenix Mountain Reserve now is Squaw Peak. The rest of the mountain reserve to the west
Right.
is in D8.
right, and that, I misspoke. I was just looking at the map where it shows Phoenix Mountain Park. That's what I meant to say.
Right.
Right, so that's what I basically was just trying to connect that community in some way.
Well, there's a natural boundary there of the highway, the Squaw Peak Expressway. And currently to the east is in the Paradise Valley D1 district, which I think fits well. And that north central neighborhood, which is basically the corridor along Central Avenue, runs up into the mountain reserve, which right now half of it's in D8, the other half is in D1. So if I was to add any area to D8 that was of communities of interest, I would add that north central neighborhood to D8 along the freeway, along the 51 freeway there.
So you would take some of D1 into D8?
Correct. I mean, if
And
you wanted to make it more, if you were interested in enhancing the community of interest in the neighborhood and the geography, yes.
And I was going the flip side of that.
I understand, but that doesn't,
Yeah.
that's kind of against that neighborhood, I believe.
So yeah, so I'm looking at that area right next to, I got to pull this up. It's on my map where the D1 shows up. Dreamy Draw, sort of over at Northern. If we take Northern all the way across and that Dreamy Draw area, and then take up, what's the street? That has Skyline Heights.
Well, I understand what you're trying to do. You're trying to make District 1 more competitive, but I'm still arguing the fact that anything across the Squaw Peak Parkway is in a different community than anything to the east side of the Squaw Peak. The east side's Arcadia, south side of Camelback Mountain. You've got the Scottsdale School District.
Right, yeah. No, I see what you're saying with that.
Where you got Central High, Camelback High, Xavier, Brophy, all in that other corridor.
Well,
I think it's in a pretty good spot right now, Commissioner Lurie.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I could I clear the record? I think Squaw Peak has been changed, or was changed in 2003, so could we, for the record, call it
I
Payastoa
apologize,
Peak?
Commissioner Watchman. I have a hard time pronouncing her name.
Payastoa.
But
Thank you, yeah, just so that's, I think the legal name is now Payastoa Peak, so thank you.
Yeah, Xavier and Brophy are a distance from this area, so they're much further south.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. The neighborhoods that attend those schools are north. And so you could either come down central some more to Bethany.
All right, you know what, I think I need to take a closer look at it. I had this vision, and now you've kind of had me rethink the whole. So I probably need to look and see about the alternative that you've proposed, and I'm going to take a little time to do that, because it might be good to do it the other shift that you're suggesting, but I probably need to take a closer look at it. And just as a question for D8, that little 1 square mile, maybe, the 27th Avenue one, is that there just for population? Is that why that goes down on the west side of I-17?
The finger.
Yeah,
Yes, yes, that's just population balance.
population. Okay. All right. I'll probably come back to this because I want to take a look and maybe look closer at your thoughts on it as well. So the only other things I guess I'll say is that at some point, as Commissioner Watchman mentioned, we're going to want to take a closer look again at these with regard to some of the locations for the Native American communities. Not right this time.
I don't have any further changes to this map.
It sounds, I do not either. It sounds like Commissioner Lerner might and would like just a little extra time to look at it. So maybe after lunch would be a time that you'd be able to make decisions? Okay. Are there any other thoughts or feedback for mapping on the congressional map? This might be a good time. I don't know where we are with lunch. Oh, okay. So maybe we take a lunch break and the commissioners can maybe put thought into some of these, little finer details. And mapping, how much time would you like?
We think an hour at the most for our side.
Okay, why don't we take an hour break? We'll resume at 1:56. So that at 2 we are going to start. Public session, returning to agenda item 5, discussing congressional maps. I will turn it over to Mapping for them to share their latest iteration.
Give us 1 second, we're pulling up the WebEx right now. We do.
Not printed out. We're literally finishing it as we sit here. Legislative.
These are the legislative changes from this morning.
Working on the legislative map right now. That's the changes you have. I'm sorry. I said congressional, didn't I?
Do we need to finish congressional?
Do we have congressional?
No, Dave,
I don't think
their
there
debate
were-
about
Oh, yeah, I guess you were going to, when we broke, you were discussing congressional. If you want to start with resuming that discussion, that's fine, or we can report back on legislative.
I don't have a preference, colleagues.
What did we change in congressional? We accepted 6.0. I don't think we made a change.
Right. You were discussing the preserve, but didn't give us any direction on that. And
Well, no, I didn't, yeah, I thought I was correct.
Well, we're going to have to see it. Oh, you didn't make any changes whatsoever?
Right. There was,
Okay. All right. So let's do the legislative map, please.
okay, so Leg 7.0 has just about everything. Then there's one change we left for 7.1. So both of these come off of the Commission's approved 6.1. So in 7.0, this starts with making the changes in the Tucson area. So we're incorporating all of the revisions, drawing from the 033 map and making those changes in Tucson area. You're familiar with all those changes. The one challenge we ran into, and the reason it's asterisk on the star, is that you may recall District 17 comes in the 033 map, comes up into District 7 and takes some areas. There we go. Can you go up to by Saddlebrook? So District 17 comes up and takes Saddlebrook and Saddlebrook Ranch, and in the citizen map, it also continues in and takes Mammoth in that area. District 7 wasn't part of the instruction. We were hoping not to touch that, and it turns out that the map is imported. District 17 is short, just a little bit short. It's a 6% deviation there. And so we have 3 options there. District 17 can come north into District 7, just as was shown in the submitted map, and that would balance it out, and District 7 would still be okay. It's not going to throw District 7 off. Alternatively, District 17, can you zoom in on Tucson there? Can take the southeast edge of District 18, and the last block on the southeastern side of 18 to balance, or 17 could take the Davis-Monthan Air Force Base that's at the top of 19 and then some population right below it, and that would balance. We did check all 3 of those options. All 3 would balance 17 and not throw the other district off balance. But those are the 3 questions we would need to bring 17 into balance. Otherwise, everything down here worked. It imported successfully. And we now have essentially the map is described before with the full audit log of the changes that we made to get there. We also have a couple changes up in the Mesa area included in this map. Can you go up to the Mesa? So we did take District 9 and 10 and rotate them in this map. Clear that. Oh, there. You go ahead and just clear the outline there. There we go. So in the last map, 9 and 10 were horizontal, and now we've returned them back to the vertical in this area. And then, and then the last piece was Santan Valley. So if you can go down to the bottom part of 15. So you can see in this map, Santan Valley is now united in 15. There's that little blue spot you can see in there. It is just barely connected. It actually is connected by more than a point to 7. It turns out that there's a piece of Florence that zooms in and takes, there's about 20 Florence residents in there. And then the piece of Santan that's outlined in red there that comes around it and almost cuts it off has 0 population in it. So we left that one piece out so that we would keep that contiguous and not move any people. So as we talked about this morning, that was about 30,000 people roughly. If you go up to the top of 15, this was a straight trade between 7 and 15. So District 7 is picking up Gold Canyon and then coming into Apache Junction to balance that out. So it's a straight 30,000 population trade between the two. So that's the change. We should bring up the spreadsheet for 7.0. So you've already seen the numbers for the changes down in Tucson. They're essentially as you looked at before when we were looking at the 033 map. In 9 and 10, see the competitive scores now are 21.3 spread in 9 and 6.8 spread in 10. 10 does have one swing, so it's an 8-to-1. So it's just within 7%, and it does have one swing election. 15 and 7, I don't think the changes in Santan and Apache Junction weren't going to really impact competitiveness. Neither 15 nor 7 is anywhere close to our competitive ranges. So those are the changes in 7.0.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure the numbers for 9 are correct?
We were working very fast, but I think so.
I just looked at 6.1, that's what we went off of, right?
Well, yeah,
And it was a bigger spread before, so it's a little bit less now. It was at 28% in, wait a minute. Am I right?
If I read that correctly.
No, you're right.
That's backwards.
It is backwards.
It should be 70.
Right.
Because the 2008 governor race to 9 probably went to the Democrat as well as the AG race. Well, yeah.
Oh.
No, I don't know about that. I thought the 9 was, shouldn't 9 be blue? Shireen?
Yes, and
According to this, it says it's red.
that we have that we get automatically.
Can you bring that? Can you bring up the Shireen tool? Yeah, here we go. Oh, so what happened is when we turned them vertical, we turned them around. Sorry, so 10 is on the left and 9 is on the right.
Oh,
So
okay,
sharp eye.
There you go. I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
That makes
Yep.
sense, yeah.
Whew, okay, my heart can restart. So.
You want me to switch them? You want me to switch them?
You probably should switch them back to how the numbers at least, to how it was.
Yes. Yeah, go ahead and switch them back. And then we'll redo the spreadsheet before it gets published. You haven't published the spreadsheet yet, Aaron, to the website?
No, I haven't published anything yet.
Right. Okay. Okay. Be still my heart. So,
I'm so impressed how awake everybody is.
yeah, I was going to say, good eye. So, yeah.
All right.
So, okay, then,
Well, so just, go ahead.
okay. So we did lose the competitive seat there. We're outside the range there. But it is, well, I guess it's in the farther range and has one swing in there. The last change in 7.1, if we can switch over to 7.1. So 7.1 incorporates everything we just looked at. And then we were trying to get creative in terms of looking at Florence and Coolidge. fix the numbers here first. There we go. So if you zoom out to Florence or Coolidge, there we go. And then zoom out a little more. There we go. So this was a request to put Florence and Coolidge into 16, which would put them with the Gila River Reservation as well and put the two of them together. The challenge then was that 7 had lost a bunch of population. And so where to go to get that? Obviously, we could have continued into 15 and picked up more of that Apache Junction area, but the trick is then where would 15 go? Because it can't rotate through very effectively because of the reservations on the southern border there. So trying to be creative, what we did is we took, in the submitted 033 map that we've now incorporated as 7.0, 16 comes down into Tucson, and instead 7 comes down in Tucson. It follows the exact same footprint that 16 did, so we're not changing anything in Tucson. It's simply 7 coming in instead of 16. So lacking a better solution to the Florence Coolidge question, this is one that works. I don't know if it's one that passes muster with the commission. So this is actually why we separated it, because I didn't know if that would be something the commission would go for. So we have 7.0 that would simply need the direction on where to balance 17 if the commission wishes to adopt it, and then 7.1 if you like this approach. Oh, we should bring up the spreadsheet for this.
Yeah, I think the community of interest going from the White Mountains down into Tucson isn't going to make either end of that district happy.
Yes.
So I appreciate the creativity, but I'm not too wild about it.
There you go.
And I agree.
Right.
I appreciate that you're trying, and I still think it's something that we may want to take a look at in the future, because I think that's it's logical for them to be together. I just don't know that this particular, thing works. And I think as we look at making some changes in the map, we hopefully will be able to find something that works. But I appreciate you making the effort, because I think there's a logic to that group of communities being together but this particular way, maybe not.
Sounds good.
And remember, 9 and 10 are switched in this table, and we'll fix that before we publish it to the site.
It sounds like there's consensus on version 7.0.
And we need to adopt one, I guess.
Yes, we do.
So I make a motion that we approve 7.0 as a new base to work from.
Comment, there was 3 questions, correct, by the mapping team for us to think about in 7.0?
After we adopt.
Okay, that's fine.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Vice Chair Watchman?
Aye.
Commissioner Meal?
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner?
Aye.
Commissioner York?
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. We have adopted legislative district map 7.0 as a new starting point.
So now I have questions on the alternatives you mentioned for 17. If you went north, what would you take in? Because you said one of the alternatives, and
Yes.
if that takes in Mammoth and Oracle, then I think that's a good alternative, but then what happens to District 7?
It actually works out. So we've tested all 3, so we could answer the question. So yes, it would take in, get on the southern tip of D7. It would take in Mammoth and Oracle, and D7 can give up that population and still be balanced. So D7 doesn't have to pick up anything to trade off.
Then I would strongly support that, because that was a community of interest I mentioned this morning as an alternative, so to include those. So I think that would be a good way to go.
And just to know, looking at the map there, reminded, so it's Mammoth, Oracle, and San Manuel.
Yeah.
Now that we have this map adopted, are we working on changes now?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, before you go elsewhere,
Sure.
is that consensus on that change, or?
From my perspective, yes. Is there anybody that disagrees with Commissioner Meal's suggestion?
So do we need to propose a motion to adopt the additional change before we move forward?
I think let's hear all the changes. Yeah.
Yeah, and just so you can visually see it, it's literally would be the same line that was in 033, which would be right below right about where the D7 label is on the screen as we look at it. Okay, sorry, Commissioner. Yeah.
No, that's okay. I remain concerned about District 17. It's kind of the same thing I was saying earlier about Tanque Verde and where it's been placed. I think we need to make changes into that district. The goal of this change was to combine Marana with Oro Valley. We have changed a lot of other things that didn't necessarily need to be that dramatically changed. Oro Valley really in some ways should have been we've now taken it away from Casas Adobes, where we have heard a lot of folks say we are actually connected to that. They head south quite a bit. I think Marana wanted to be with, thank you, Oro Valley, but we also heard from a lot of people in Oro Valley saying that their connection is to the south. But my real concern that I wanted to bring up, at least initially, first of all, I don't know that, I will freely admit, I don't know Tucson as my colleague does, but Tanque Verde itself should be part of the Tucson district. Instead, it's being put into a much more rural district, and we're taking parts of Tucson that we don't need to do. It should be put back into, well, I guess the old, it's basically being put into this, well, part of it is being put into the District 17, and maybe, so I think it needs to go back into District 18. As part of that, the map itself is really splitting Tucson in kind of interesting ways. I'm also concerned about how District 19 wraps around District 17 in the manner that it does. We've just made so many whole-scale changes to accomplish one basic goal. And as I said earlier, if we had looked back at map 4.0 for the method to combine Marana and Oro Valley and worked from that point, we wouldn't have had to make so many changes that dramatically impacted these smaller communities of interest and where they're located. So part of it is I don't even know exactly where to begin with some of the changes, but I know with Tanque Verde, we basically have a mountain range in that area. We have that basically will have to be wrapped around to travel for this person to, whoever their legislator is, to travel as part of that. There are a number of different areas I think that could be tightened up to make this look a little cleaner and not have Tucson split in 1, 2, 3. I mean, it's got 6 different splits. This, to me, is not a compact strategy. And again, it goes to, we wanted to try to connect those two communities, but Tanque Verde's across a mountain range and the city from Oro Valley, but now is put in with Oro Valley or in that area. D17 also could be much more competitive, ultimately, if we make a few adjustments. It went from being something that, well, honestly, I'm not sure where it began anymore because so many changes were made here. I don't know what it used to be as part of it. So I have some real concerns. I'm going to have trouble with this map all the way through, and especially as we move forward with it. And I want my colleague to have what he recognizes as the connection. But as I mentioned earlier, I'm having a lot of trouble with the discontiguous nature of this. I don't know why D19 has to wrap around. I don't know why Tanque Verde's not in with D18. We see D23 coming into a split in this area, coming from Yuma and then sort of filtering up in sort of an odd way. And we have this one Mission Road. I'm not sure if that's because there's maybe the tribal, there was that one piece. I'm not sure if there was that one piece in that area, but
Yeah, that's the Indian Reservation.
is that that's what that is? I kind of figured it must be something like that as part of it. So there's a part of me that just says I don't even know how to begin to take this, because this is such a dramatic departure from what we had before.
Can maybe Commissioner Lerner, we ask, or if I were to ask, what is your top priority? So when you look at this area and you're most concerned about something, I know that you're just not liking it, but in terms of priorities, you know, for example, I look at Tanque Verde. I mean, if we put them in 18, aren't they going to be a marginalized community of interest? So just help me understand what your top priority here is with this area.
Well, honestly, I'm sorry, Chairwoman, it's so dramatically different that it's hard to get a whole picture of it, but Tanque Verde and where the mountain range is located and making it, I don't think it will be a marginalized if it goes into that area. But I'm also looking at it from a district perspective for 17 on the area that it covers. They're not all connected, especially now we're adding in, which I tend to agree with, those communities up in that we just talked about, up Oracle, because I've felt that Oracle and Oro Valley, Catalina should be connected. So I'm glad to have those connected, but then we head all the way south. I think that what we are doing is creating a very disparate district in this area. Tanque Verde would, I don't think, be marginalized. They would actually be connected to Tucson, which is what they should be. They should have that connection. Tanque Verde is, by putting it in a rural community, I would say it would be more marginalized by having it in that area. I'm not sure why Davis-Monthan is, as a second point, District 19, as we look at that. We've put Davis-Monthan in a Cochise County, Graham, Greenlee. I mean, we've talked a lot about the communities there. That is all of a sudden going into a rural community in Cochise County, Davis-Monthan base. So that's another concern I have. Flowing Wells is now connected, unless that's one. Wait, did we just move Flowing Wells? No. Is in, it has also been moved in this. There's just, it's got a, Flowing Wells has a Latino community. That's a pretty decent one. It's now outside of a Tucson district and placed into Pinal County. We made whole-scale changes in an area that needed to have one change. And I don't think that, I mean, I said this before. Let's focus on the change that we wanted and not focus on making a massive change. This was, we had, previous to this, a couple of good, solid Tucson, central Tucson districts. And that's been completely split apart. If you look at west of the I-10 now, we have a couple of districts to the west, and then they extend over to the east, and we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 districts to the east that are all connected to Tucson, all split apart. We have 16 and 20 and 21 on the west side. This really splits apart Tucson in just different ways. And I haven't looked at competitiveness at all at this point to see what happened with that from our previous, but as I said earlier, I think we built a mountain out of a molehill. We needed to make a change to connect Marana with its community of interest. And we could have easily worked through that, as we've been doing with other communities. And as we just did with adding Oracle, San Manuel, and Mammoth, that was a change that we made, and our mapping folks were able to find the population to balance that. That's what we needed to do with Marana without doing all of these other changes.
The reality is that we have voted on this map, and this is the map that we're working from. So rather than going back in time to, work from there, I think we need to work from here and fix or mitigate, what you're not liking in the map. And I understand you're looking at it, and it sounds like it's a lot. But, we got to start somewhere.
So this is Commissioner York. I want to make a couple observations, and I'm not totally fluent in southern Arizona geography, but a couple things. The city of Tucson is our second largest population in the state. The average legislative district has 230,000 plus or minus people, and Tucson is roughly almost 1.2 million in sort of the MSA as you surround the outstanding area. And so realistically, Tucson deserves to have 6 congressional or legislative seats. And so if you look at the corridor from D21, it moves up from the border, and that's the major corridor up into Tucson from Highway 19. And District 19 comes from the eastern portion of the state into the city. In my opinion, D17 serves the mountain range that guards Tucson to the north as the outer boundary around the outside of that mountain range. And so as I look at these maps, D20 performs exceptionally well with the minority-majority guidelines that we're working around. And so I'm pretty happy and excited about what this looks like. I understand, Commissioner Lerner, that this were wholesale changes, but at the same time, I also think it served the community of Tucson rather well.
I'd like to add to that, Commissioner Lerner, and I've said this before, it was way more than just the Marana-Oro Valley connection. This, I think, serves a great number of different communities better, and that's why we pushed for and adopted this map. The outskirts of Tucson, the unincorporated area of Tango Verde, and the separately incorporated cities of Marana and Oro Valley do all sorts of things together legislatively and are a very good community of interest. The edge and flowing wells where District 16, 18, and 20 meet, I agree that we could take that warrants a closer look to see where those lines should be. And I have no problem with us doing that. I think we could wait and do that in a final mapping period as opposed to dealing with it now, but we could dig into there now. The Davis-Monthan Air Force Base is an interesting one because I'm not that passionate about keeping it this way, but there is a reason for it. And the reason was that we had a lot of testimony that the Davis-Monthan people want to work with the Sierra Vista and the major base there. So we were connecting those two bases. And that was the reason for that connection. We could, again, to me, that's the less important of a number of things, but I think there was a good lot. It wasn't there by accident, but we could certainly relook at that.
Well, and I think a lot of what they were talking about there was at the congressional level, we were talking about sort of military groups together, not at the legislative level for that. But we also seem to be dividing, I appreciate what you're saying. I think we've also been dividing some communities of interest. District 17, if we take a look, so I appreciate you being willing to take a look at some of this. I don't want to wait till the end, till this goes, because as I mentioned before we adopted this, I felt that we should go back to 4.0. We did that previously. We went back to a map when we found that it didn't work for us. So I personally think we could go back because we've shown precedent with our group to say this one isn't working, let's go back. District 17 connects communities that are really on opposite sides. I'm just going back to 17 for right now because that's what I've been talking about. On pretty disparate parts of Tucson when you look at that. It would basically be like cutting from one end of Phoenix to the other, taking a district. Because when you think about Tucson, and you're looking at it, we're going north of Tucson extensively up to Marana, and then we head way south down to Vail, and we're doing all around it. It would be like going from Apache Junction to Glendale in Maricopa to do so, or something similar to that effect. And we're not, we don't have we should be putting the communities that that have the communities of interest, as you were trying to do, putting those together. And this circular one is, I have some issues with.
I see the circular, that arc similar to I see the Native American district, that there are times that communities of interest just align a little better in a different shape. And, it's reasonably compact. That there aren't like crazy tentacles, going too deep into any district. So, I mean, to me, logically, when you keep communities of interest together, we're going to see funny shapes all over.
So I agree, and we have that certainly throughout our maps. We have some odd shapes, but this wasn't a request. Tanque Verde, for example, didn't say we would like to be up with Marana and Oro Valley. They did not request that.
Actually, we had a lot of testimony that said exactly that.
I would like to see that.
That was a common, that was brought up numerous times in our meeting in Tucson. So I do think we have reason for that.
But they also were saying that they wanted to be in Tucson itself. So again, when we talk about having duplicate, different perspectives, there were a lot of people in that area that said, we are completely connected to Tucson, and that's where we want to be. So do they live a little bit outside? Yes, but they do all of their work and their travel, and they do all of that in Tucson. And they're more east-west than they are north-south in terms of their connections. So the difference is, in terms of what we see with the tribes, is that they've asked to be together in that way. We did not hear from Tanque Verde to say, let's be with Marana. That's not what they were saying. And we have to look a little bit at the geography as well in that area, as we've been doing with others, where we've been using rivers or mountains or any of that as somewhat of our boundaries, as is part of the constitutional requirements. So that's just one area in particular that I've been pointing at, that I don't feel is a connection. And in that metropolitan area, again, just looking at the extent that District 17, and that's why I'm kind of giving you the analogy. Would we really want something that goes from Apache Junction to Glendale and say that there are communities of interest aligned in that area? And I don't see it in this area. I think this district was drawn to try to just create something that gave us enough population by pulling all of that together, because I don't see a community of interest alignment with that. And that's ultimately, Commissioner Meal, that's the biggest problem I have with a lot of these, is that I feel that these things were placed for other purposes that did not necessarily align with communities of interest and with things that we've heard where it would fit together. I agree, Commissioner York, just as a note, my last point, and then sorry, Commissioner Meal, I'll let you go. Is that that there are, now I lost my train of thought. There are some alignments, along freeways and all that might work, but there are also some things when we look at things, if we take a look at D21 and D19 on how that border was made, that don't seem to fit. And I know, Commissioner Meal, you were going to say something, and I'm sorry if I cut you off.
I also have a question. So, some of these questions are really, they're empirical. I mean, when we say, what does Tanque Verde want? We have heard conflicting reports, and I do have concerns that with, the needs of that community that I heard, that I'm not sure that they'd feel well represented in 18. Given that a lot of these are empirical questions and we're not going to be able to come up with a perfect map, and the point isn't even to come up with a perfect map because we can't, we need more feedback. The point is to come up with a holistic, logical, first glance of what the commission is thinking, a work in progress, so that the community can come back and share feedback about the general direction and the general outline of what we're doing. And so the real question is this a good enough starting point for you where we can go out in the community and get more feedback, Or is it really a stumbling block where we can't get community feedback until we get better consensus as a commission?
Well, Madam Chair, this is Vice Chair Watchman. When I talked about this earlier, I was okay with Commissioner Mills in looking forward to having Marana and Oro Valley connected, and now we have basically a whole new map, and it's changed the complexion, divided some of the communities of interest, like Tanca Verde, District 7 now, runs. It's a bigger district for anyone to represent that, and so I guess for me, my thought was to focus just on the area that we talked about. Now we have, I guess, to me, a wholesale change to the whole area, and so does that mean we have to go step back and look at all of our notes to see if we've adjusted the VRA, if we had community of interest changing? And so I was comfortable with the prior map. This one, it makes too many changes.
Okay, colleagues, I'm just a little confused because if I thought we already voted on approving this map as a starting point, and now I'm hearing that you don't want to use this map as a starting point. So I'm confused why you supported it as a starting point.
We had a lot of objections to it. We spoke quite at length. And then we said that we would be willing to take a look at it, but we didn't say that we weren't approving it. We were saying we are willing to certainly take a look at Commissioner Mills' proposal, as we've been doing when somebody proposes something. And so now that we are looking at it in its entirety and how it impacts it, we have significant issues where, just as we did in the past when we had a map that we had a number of changes, and then we said it didn't work, and we ended up voting to go back. We did not, I didn't vote to go back, but the commission ultimately did. And because we made changes, they didn't seem to be going in the direction that some of the commission preferred. So we actually said, let's go back and restart and relook at things and try to get to what we were hoping to accomplish without whole-scale changes. And that's part of what I'm saying. We were very willing to take a look, but we expressed our concerns right up front and said, here's why I went through a whole list at that time as well. It's pretty much the same things I'm saying now, some of the same concerns, saying, why don't we take a look at we brought up 4.0 and said, could we go back and look at how Marana is connected in 4.0? Commissioner Meal commented that he had tried that, it hadn't worked, and he felt this was a better solution. So for the sake of working together, and I'm always happy to look at options. And that's what we agreed to, but that doesn't mean that at this point now we've seen how this works, and I don't think it's not working for us, or for me.
So I'm a little confused. So when I look at 4.0 and 4.1, those are incorporating the Latino community's suggestions for 8 minority and majority legislative districts. And we never adopted those. We looked at them heavily. We tried to make some decisions. And so that was why we decided to go back to, I think it was 3.5, and take those suggestions as opposed to with the 4.0 channel. And so in the Tucson area, they currently have, on the 4.0 and 4.1 renderings, we have 6 legislative districts on those maps. Yeah, they do not match currently what we have accepted in 7, what is this? What are we on, 6.0 or 7.0, Mark? 7.0.
7.
And so in some ways this serves, I think the city 7.0 serves the Tucson better than the 4.0 map. There are some things in the 4.0 map we can talk about, but I don't see us going back, Commissioner Lerner, unfortunately, because of the voting procedures we've taken. And I just don't think that's a precedent we've set.
And again, I think this does a really good job of representing the communities of interest, which is why I supported this map. And many communities, including the improvements to the Latino areas. And then the suggestion that 17 is too big of a district, I mean, if you gave me, if I was a state legislator with a gas budget, there's at least 8 or 10 districts I'd rather not be in than this one. So, I mean, this is not an overly large district within the state. And those communities do work together and do like one another. And we will hear disagreements on that, no question, because that's the nature of what we're going to be hearing. But I think you'll hear a lot of support for this configuration, and I stand by it as doing an excellent job of representing the Southern Arizona.
Is there any way to integrate some core aspects of that 4.0 map in that Tucson area to what we have here so we don't have to go back? I mean, the point is mitigating what you don't like.
Right. I'm more than happy if we can kind of, and again, the main advantage of the 4.0 map, I'm not saying all of it was perfect or anything. I know that Commissioner Meal felt that there were some things that didn't work, and I always, with his knowledge of Tucson, I completely recognize that. The main advantage of the 4.0 was that it did take that effort that we had been trying to do and attach Marana over to Oro Valley. And so if we take a look at just that piece, that was what I honestly thought that was a consistent, as Commissioner Meal has said, he's been very consistent. And that was something that he'd been requesting as a recognition of the interests, the mutual interests of those communities. That was something I thought we were working toward. But then we changed all these other districts as well. I don't think we needed to change all of those districts to accommodate that particular community of interest. So yeah, I would have to we'd have to start looking at individual ones, individual areas. And the other piece is, there's just a comment about the Latino Coalition map, the VRA district. I'd like to take a look at a comparison of what we had in Tucson for the coalition map and what is now here, so we can actually take a look. Does it improve it? How does it look by comparison? Because I don't know, in drawing this map, we've been talking a lot about the different communities and the communities of interest and testimony that we've had and people submitting letters about what their preferences are. Prior to this submission, I would love to know from the group that submitted this, if they spoke to a lot of these communities. I'd love to get testimony from those communities saying we support this map, and maybe we can get that over the next few days to say, yes, this is the map from these different communities. They were consulted and they appreciated being drawn in as these maps were being changed. But as a starting point, if we could look at the 4.0 difference in that area and then the VRA difference, I would appreciate that.
I think the better starting point is 4.1.
Thank you.
And Commissioner,
You want us to open 4.0 or 4.1?
I just don't recall which one was the
4.1 consolidates the county. We don't have the little jigger along the border.
Is that the one that brings Morano in?
No, they both do. They both do.
That's the one I was looking for, was the one that brought Morano in, which is what we were talking about.
I think they both do.
and Commissioner Lerner, I would suggest that this map is a good map, and B, I agree with you that we're going to get a lot of feedback, but we don't need to try to get the feedback in the next couple of days. That's the purpose of the listening tour and the major public outreach we're going to have. So I would suggest that we approve this as a draft map and consider that over the next week. And then let's do our listening tour. Let's get additional feedback. We know we're going to get mixed feedback, but let's do that, and then we can assess that and debate that as a commission.
So what's currently being shown on the screen is on the left side 4.0 and on the right side 4.1.
But you're not showing the border.
I think Commissioner Meal brings up an interesting point, and that is, what's the most efficient, effective way for us to draw maps that best represent Arizona? And the question, I think, is it better for the 5 of us to continue to debate yes, read public comments that come in on a daily basis? Or is it best to say, well, this is collectively the best idea that we have broadly. We don't love every region, but let's take it out into the public and test it. And let's get thousands of eyes on it. And something may change in a very significant way that all this debate and dialogue is moot because something else came. So, I'm open to further debate, but I want to be careful, colleagues, that we don't move back in time, recreate, and then, where are we going to be? I mean, a week from now.
I greatly appreciate what you're saying, and I'm always in favor of moving forward. But in this case, we received this map yesterday afternoon. We incorporated it without really taking a close look at what the impacts would be to communities of interest that we had been working through 6 iterations of legislative maps. And then we received something at the end of the day, which we agreed to test, which is what we did. I am not in favor of everything we've been doing, I think, has been very carefully discussed. Somebody makes a proposal, we all take a look, we go, that sounds good, and we move forward. But in this case, we took a wholesale area and said, let's make these changes from one late afternoon to today. And that's where my concern is. I think when I look at these maps up here and I look at District 17, I see a really nice, compact district that takes, and could be expanded as was just done earlier, but it takes that compact area with Casas Adobes and Marana, and then you could add in, as we did if needed for population, Oracle, Samuel, and Mammoth, but it includes Catalina. It has the things that seemed to work, and then when you look at what District 18 is, again, fairly compact, it gives us either one of those, and I don't remember, I'm sorry, after all these iterations, all the different pieces of it. I'm sure there are things that could be corrected with those maps as well, but when you look at that, that gives a very nice, more compact view of District 17 than what we have now, with communities that have a lot in common.
I'd like to then, given the way that this conversation is going, I am really reluctant to force a vote when there's such strong disagreements about this, and we have built remarkable collegiality and a process that I think is remarkably transparent, ethical. We're working in good faith. It sounds like Commissioner Lerner, and it sounds like Vice Chair Watchman, you agree, you want considerable additional work done on this section of the map, and you're not comfortable moving forward with, is it 7.1 or 7.0?
7.
Right. We did vote 5-0 on 7.0, and I guess that brings back my earlier point that I'm confused. After the affirmative vote to approve a new iteration, now we're stuck with saying, well, you don't want to start from there. But look, we have 50 minutes before we must adjourn. We need a game plan. Okay, it sounds like there's not agreement on the legislative map. It does not sound like we're going to be able to get to a vote today, in my opinion. I think that I can be, convinced otherwise, but the way in which the dialogue is going, it may well serve us well to pursue both 7.0, and if Commissioner Lerner and Watchman can maybe give a little bit more feedback about an iteration they would like, we can come back next week and vote on which option we want, provided that we're, minimizing the ripple effect to the southern areas as much as possible. We don't want to undermine all the really great work that we've already done. Now, if we do this, there's also additional time to maybe get feedback from the Latino Coalition if they want to add anything else, before we vote on a final iteration and ultimately a final draft map. But what are your thoughts on this? We also have the Congressional district to return to, but the clock is ticking, and we do need to have a game plan about what's going to work for us to instill the greatest level of confidence in the work that we're doing, and understanding, again, I just want to make a very clear point. There's a diminishing return when the five of us ongoingly debate, where we're not out there in the public soliciting the kind of deep feedback that may dramatically change this anyway. So I want to be cognizant that, you know, here I am maybe indulging us to go into next week. I want to be cognizant of the fact that we got to end at some point and say it's not going to be a perfect map. So I'd like assurances that, you know, we're going to vote on ultimately an option and then move forward from that.
Chair Newberg, I appreciate that suggestion, and I am very happy to work together on that to come to something. I think there's a compromise that can be had here. I don't think this map has to be kept in its entirety, but I don't think it also needs complete wholesale changes either. So I think if we can take the week to take a closer look, we can see how, I mean, there's some things I just don't know what the impact is. I don't know how this has affected, you mentioned the coalition, you know, I don't know how it affected their districts that they had put in either, and maybe it's improved them and maybe not. So I would appreciate, but knowing that next week we are ready to move on and we will come to agreement and take a vote.
Any disagreements from my colleagues or different thoughts, or different, I should say, different solutions? Let's talk practicalities, and this is going to be a collaborative effort with mapping. So we have the option to meet on Tuesday, which is, you know, can be a regular business meeting. I don't know if it's possible for mapping to maybe join us virtually and provide, you know, additional iterations based on feedback. And then potentially we can meet a full day next week to finalize, you know, both the CD and LD. That's an option. We could just try to put it all in one day, let's say on Thursday, if that's preferable. We do have some business that needs to be discussed, so, you know, it's up to the commissioners if we want to separate out business on Tuesday morning and then just do mapping all day Thursday.
I would suggest that if Commissioner Lerner or Commissioner Watchman have any changes Tuesday that they know they would like to see, that give them an opportunity to ask for those so that we could actually have something drawn by Thursday, so that when we're here Thursday, and we will look, you know, likewise, we'll look and see on the entire map if there's anything that we'd like to see as an alternative. So let's ask for whatever alternatives and not debate them a lot on Tuesday. And then we'll have things to look at on Thursday so that we can really reach a consensus.
Would that work for mapping, for us to come prepared on Tuesday? We would not ask you to do anything with anything, but to share with you visions, ideas of what to do, so then on Thursday you can come back to us with plans, and we will vote on Thursday for final plans.
That'd be great with us.
Okay. Wow, that was fast.
I concur as well. I think that's a great plan.
I agree. Vice Chair Watchman agrees.
Okay. Given where we are at this juncture, we still have time for additional debate and dialogue. If you'd like to debate, I don't. If it's useless time, I'm not for that. But if there's, you know, we are convened and Watchman has until 4 o'clock. Oh, we also, though, you have the Congressional you want to get back to us. Okay. How about at this point, I think we are done with the legislative. Commissioners, public, feedback to us by, I don't even say Tuesday morning, because we need the feedback early enough in order to study maps so that the commissioners are prepared to give final direction to mapping at our Tuesday business meeting. Is there a preference for time? We typically convene at 8 a.m. Does that work for the commissioners? Something along the lines of 8 to 10? Okay. Does that work for you, though? Okay. And we have, it'll be addressing the business items, our tour and now the mapping issue, so I don't expect a long business meeting.
Chair Newberg?
Yes.
One procedural question, and Leo should probably weigh on this too. Might I suggest the commission vote on the population balancing change to 7.0, just so we have formal direction, then we can publish that, so that the public, as it's looking at maps between now and Tuesday, the public's looking at a balanced map. And literally, it's just moving the border of 19 up to where it was shown in 033. We can, I think we can actually put it on screen if you want to see it, but that's the only change.
So I have a comment, and then I'll just make that motion. It would help Commissioner York if on the agenda at 8 o'clock, we did the mapping suggestions first and then did the business stuff, because he may then end up dropping off and not being there for the business stuff. So if that's all right with everybody. And then so I make a motion that we approve one change to 7.0 of including Mammoth. What was it? It was three.
It's
Mammoth, Oracle, and
San Manuel.
San Manuel.
For purposes of population balancing.
Yes.
Commissioner York will second. For purpose of population balance.
And actually, these guys are so fast. They're putting it on the screen now. So.
Do you want me to hold off on the vote?
Yeah. Yes, there we go. So, over on the top of D17. Can you zoom in on the top of D17 just to see the towns? There you go. Yes, so it would be, as shown on the screen, it would be Oracle, Mammoth, and San Manuel would be going into 17. And 7, so 17 is then balanced at 2.87 below. Can you show 7? And 7 is in our balance range at 3.11. So, well, obviously, as we continue, we'll be working to shrink all these deviations. But. Oh, and our suggestion is just in the process of each vote getting a new number, this would be 8.0.
Okay.
It will remove some of the confusion because now the congressional and legislative will be on different numbers, so that may help with the conversation, actually.
That's good. I like it when it's the same.
Oh.
Oh, well.
So it's just
I'm
so
fine.
everyone
Wait,
stays safe, we just voted on 7.0, which has an asterisk. It was unbalanced. Reason for the asterisk. So whatever changes we do will be in the 8 series now, branching off of 7.0.
Perfect.
Okay, now we need a vote. Vice Chair Watchman, we have a motion on the table.
Correct. Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York.
Aye.
Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we have adopted this new iteration with the minor adjustments for population balancing, which will now be called 8.0.
And give us a few to get the hub site updated with all the competitiveness and all the associated files.
Okay, do you want to lead us through anything with Congressional?
No, I think we don't have any updated maps to show you, so
Okay.
if you have any direction you want to give us, otherwise we're going to wait till Tuesday. We're good.
Do we want to talk about Congressional? We want to defer this to next week?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
Defer.
Okay. I think we can move to the next agenda item. And I want to thank everybody for their very robust debate. I am really deeply impressed with the knowledge of my fellow commissioners and you know, the depth of all of what you've learned bringing to the table is, you know, I feel really terrific about both the process and the product. I know it's not where we need it to go, but I think it's gotten us off to a great start. And I just really, really appreciate the good faith attitudes of working together. And I'm really proud of our entire broader team. It does take a village. So with that, we'll move to agenda item number 6, next meeting date. We are going to meet for our business meeting on Tuesday, October 26th from 8 a.m. I believe it'll probably go about 2 hours, although I'm not suggesting an end time. And then we will also convene on Thursday, the 28th. We're going to recommend, if it's okay with the team, to start at 9:30 that morning. We have some people traveling in from further parts of the state, and so that would help people just get in town. And are there any constraints on the tail end on Thursday, the 28th? How late can we go? All right, that's great to know. There will not be an end time, so that way we have however long it takes to approve draft maps.
No dinner until we have draft maps.
Okay, excellent. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 7. We are now going to close public comments. Please note, members of the commission may not discuss items that are not specifically identified on the agenda. Therefore, pursuant to ARS 38-431.01H, action taken as a result of public comment will be limited to directing staff to study the matter, responding to any criticism, or scheduling the matter for further consideration and decision at a later date. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 8, adjournment. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Vice Chair Watchman moves to adjourn.
Commissioner Meal seconds.
Vice Chair Watchman.
Aye.
Commissioner Meal.
Aye.
Commissioner Lerner.
Aye.
Commissioner York. Commissioner Newberg is an aye. With that, we will adjourn. Everybody get some rest, have wonderful weekends, and I look forward to connecting with all of you next week, if not before. Just not in a quorum.